Hi, Tim. It's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Good morning, Cheryl. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, John. It's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Hi, Cheryl, can you hear me?
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Okay, good morning. We'll call order the meeting here, commencement to the meeting at 9:31. I'd ask customary, Mr. McKay, to maybe give us a motion for the adoption of the agenda as presented, please.
Yeah, do you want to do attendance first?
Oh, yeah, attendance, actually, pardon me. Yeah, attendance, everybody's here in person except for Councillor Hughes, who is dealing with a personal matter, and she will be a few minutes late.
No, I'm ready. That the March 10th, 2026 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you very much. We can go to a vote. And that motion passed 6-0 with one councillor absent. Before we get into our presentations this morning from the public, we do have a number of people here that would like to speak. I'm just going to open with some comments before we begin this meeting, this standing committee of the whole meeting. I'd like to remind everyone that those registered to speak, there's first of all, there's no tolerance for reaction from the gallery, be it positive or negative during or after the presentations. Presentations are limited to a strict 5-minute rule. So if you are approaching, you'll see on the screen as your time is ticking, you will hear a bell at 30 seconds. That doesn't mean your time is over. It's just giving you a warning, so not to throw you off. I think it's important also to clear up some of the confusion that's kind of resulted possibly from the recent Gazette article that was printed last week. There are some conclusions that have been drawn, and just so we kind of clear where we're at. In relation to the youth transitional facility, this initiative was led by a former mayor along with the support of council, and a task force was created in 2018 to explore the opportunity to end youth homelessness in St. Albert. After that time and after exploring multiple site locations in the city, council of the day had determined that this location that we're discussing, be it the late Fire Hall number 1, was best suited for this type of social support service in the community if it were to proceed. The council today has made no plans or has no expectations for this. We're simply looking for additional information from administration for the best path forward for this site, so it does not continue to sit dormant. The reason we're here today is also to have administration provide council more detailed information pertaining to youth transitional housing, its possible operational abilities, what a facility may look like, and outside of a potential land donation, what operational and or financial impacts it may have on the city. And to be clear, council has not been provided any new or ongoing opportunities to consider at this time, and RFPs or RFIs have not been issued or provided since past council opened an opportunity for that. So no youth transitional housing organization has approached the city at this time with interest in investing in the community, and council has made no determination if this is an option we would like to pursue, not only in this space, but any other residential and non-residential development. So basically that means we are here to evaluate if we would like to continue this. And I think the expectation or some of the assumptions that were made after the Gazette article was that we are making a determination to whether or not we are going to move forward with this. The vote on the pending motion to remove the MR designation from the current PPI zoning is required for any future type of development, not specifically required, or that's not required under this designation, not just youth transitional housing. So the removal, if passed, simply removes the restrictions it currently carries. And this process will also require a mandatory public hearing as part of it. I would encourage the public that is here today to stay after the public presentations to listen to administration's presentation, because it may clear up some of the questions or concerns. And then respectfully, I'd ask my council colleagues to wait for questions for admin until after they're done as well, unless it's a question germane to a speaker's topic. So with that, hopefully that kind of clears the air a little bit, but with that, we'll open our public presentations, and I'll invite Mr. David Roberts to start. You just press the button on the microphone, it'll turn red, and then it'll be live.
Good morning. My name is David Roberts, and I live on Gresham Boulevard in the Gardens. I want to begin by saying that I do support efforts to help youth who are struggling. However, I do have concerns about the process that has unfolded here. The city's housing feasibility study speaks about the importance of early public education and coalition building. Yet many of my neighbors and I are only here today because of that Gazette article. One councillor mentioned to me that there will be many opportunities for engagement, perhaps so. But for many residents of the Gardens, this is our first opportunity we've had. That does not feel like early engagement. At the same time, significant steps have clearly already happened. It feels like decisions are already well underway and the community is only now learning about them. I don't know if we're in the second inning or the eighth inning of this process. I honestly don't. So I would respectfully ask the city to consider slowing the process slightly in order to rebuild trust with our community. Right now, you don't know who the operator will be. We don't know what the facility looks like, how large it'll be, who exactly the clientele will be, whether it's a transition facility or a crisis center, or what level of security will be required. And yet a specific location is already being proposed. To many residents, this feels backwards. Why not select an experienced operator first, someone who understands the needs of the youth they have to serve, and then determine what type of facility is required and where it should be located? Let's get this right, not only for the surrounding community, but also for the young people who it will serve and the staff who will work there. I want to be very clear about something. I do care about the young people who are struggling. And for many years, I supported a nonprofit organization that helps youth dealing with serious mental health challenges. I donate to the organization annually, and I sat on their board of directors for 8 years. That experience gave me appreciation of how complex these programs are to operate safely and effectively. One of the facilities this nonprofit operated served teens up to age 17 who required significant mental health and addiction support. Its location was chosen after the program needs were clearly defined. It was located close to a hospital, and while nearby homes were visible, they were roughly 200 to 300 meters away, with a roadway separating the facility from those homes. There is a concept referred to as run distance. Run distance refers to the distance a youth could realistically travel on foot after leaving a facility without permission before staff are able to intervene. That buffer creates a time for staff to respond. At the proposed Sir Winston Churchill site, the distance to the nearest backyard is 20 meters, 21 meters to the closest swing set. The difference between 20 meters and 200 meters is not a small planning detail for a facility like this. It's the difference between having time to respond and having no time at all. That's why this co-location raises lots of concerns for me. My second point is drug use. City's task force references a housing first philosophy, which prioritizes housing before recovery, does not require abstinence. That means young adults or youth with addiction challenges will be likely using this facility. In most programs, substances are not allowed to be used within the building. A couple professionals in this field who I reached out to did warn that drug use will tend to find its way to nearby parks and public spaces. In this case, that would be Grenadier Park, the trails behind the facility, and Lions Park across the street. And these are all locations frequented by children and families. So to conclude, I do support helping youth who need our support. But I do not believe the process so far has built any community trust, and I do not believe the Churchill location is appropriate. I would respectfully ask council to pause the rezoning, select the operator first, and then work with St. Albert residents to find the best possible location for everybody involved. Thanks.
I'll remind you one last time that there's no clapping or reaction to the presentations that are being made today, please. Thank you very much. If there's any specific questions to Mr. Roberts, thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see anything germane to that, so we will move to our second speaker, which is, I'd invite Mr. Brent Korobanek to the front. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Brent. I live on Gresham Boulevard. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the proposed transitional home and the feasibility study completed by the city. Firstly, I'd like to say I fully recognize the need for the youth transitional home in St. Albert. My opposition today isn't about the program, but about a flawed feasibility study that has resulted in high-risk site selection and a publicly released unsustainable budget marked by several very obvious errors. The feasibility study indicates that 3 potential city-owned sites were evaluated. Crucially, the report states that 2 of these sites are already zoned appropriately for a transitional home. Only one site, the one behind my home, requires rezoning from municipal reserve. Yet the study fails to identify where these other 2 ready-to-build sites are, instead providing a map with a very vague, large radius. This lacks transparency. It's concerning. Why is the city pushing for a contentious rezoning of parkland when 2 compatible sites already exist? Beyond the transparency issue, the Sir Winston Churchill site seems technically unsuitable. Parcel 18 houses a high-pressure natural gas metering station that cannot be moved, introducing unnecessary safety risks and complexity for the high occupancy residential project. Furthermore, the site sits primarily on a child recreational corridor. Under our bylaw, these are sensitive uses that require protection from high intensity development impacts. Instead of offloading over $500,000 worth of cleared municipal reserve land and losing over potentially $10,000 in annual taxes, the city should look at existing commercial vacancies. For example, 214 St. Albert Trail has been vacant for well over 15 years. It is a non-combustible building ready to zone for high intensity use. Using the value of the Churchill land as seed funding for a private purchase would save our parks, provide a safer transit-oriented home, and allow for tax recoup on the property along Sir Winston Churchill. Beyond the location, the youth transitional housing feasibility study contains blatant errors and significant cost discrepancies that are deeply concerning from a public document of this magnitude. For example, allocating $15,000 in table E1 for security personnel is not just a low estimate, it is statistically impossible. For 24/7 coverage in 2026, the market rates for a single post exceed $38,000 annually, according to the 2023 Alberta Wage and Salary Survey. Or mislabeled tables throughout E1, E2, A8, and several instances, the math just simply doesn't work. For example, the youth wellness staff budget is exactly double what is listed the hourly rates and hours per week actually calculate to. Several more miscalculations exist, which I can provide additional findings of through a handout here if the council and committee like. While fundamental math fails and blatant typos, mislabels in a public document of this magnitude, it suggests the project was made to look financially viable on paper at the expense of operational reality, and it raises a serious question about due diligence. If these fundamental figures are this far off the mark, can we trust the quality and accuracy of the rest of the report? This warrants a hard look at whether this and other recent city proposal documents meet the professional standard required for council to make informed multi-million-dollar decisions. So in closing, council, the task force said these projects require significant engagement because they are difficult to support. We are here to engage, but we are asking you to choose a location that makes fiscal and operational sense. The errors identified in this study are so blatant that they cast doubt on the reliability of the entire proposal. Does council feel confident that due diligence was performed here is representative of other city projects, or does it lack transparency regarding some of these other sites that are not listed? Combined with these massive budget cuts, I think it warrants a third-party audit of the feasibility study before further land use decisions are made. I'm recommending council rejects the consideration for placement on 16 Sir Winston Churchill Ave in favor of more suitable commercial alternatives and complete a serious review of the proposal in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brent. Appreciate the presentation. Councilor Hughes, just as I mentioned before you got here, if the questions or comments relating to the presentation are germane to the specific presentation, we will, I'll entertain them. Otherwise, we'll wait till after administration does their presentation. So Councillor Cortash, you have a question or comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Korbanek, for the presentation. You had mentioned you had a handout or you had some, is that something that you've emailed or can email to council or something that we
I can email it. I brought it with me as well, so.
I'm not sure if we can have that, maybe someone from Ledge Services.
Yeah, we can grab it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
okay,
you.
we'll
Thank you
grab
very
it.
much.
Councillor Hughes?
Yes, thank you. I'll just let you hand over that. Forgive me, Mayor. I'm just going to let him focus on one thing at a time. And also, I apologize for being late. I'm dealing with a bit of a family emergency this morning. So you mentioned about is it the details are going to be in there specifically about the difference in the expectation for the operating costs?
Yes, yeah.
So you mentioned, is it like you're expecting the operating cost to be double, or specifically what was the weakness that you were seeing? Is not enough hours, or was it the wages per hour, or how are you seeing it?
There are several examples. So one of them that I used in my presentation was talking about the youth wellness staff. So if you add up the hourly rate, hours worked per week, and 52 weeks a year, and the number of staff, the budgeted rate is exactly double what that calculation comes out to. Now, I recognize benefits might not be accounted, but that's 100% benefits. But then when you add up some of the other hourly rates with hours worked and the number of personnel, they add up perfectly to the budgeted amount. And that's additional details are in the handout there.
Sure. So the budgeted amount that was reported was double, or the budget amount that you're estimating is double?
The budget amount reported in the feasibility study is double.
Okay, so then you're saying that the reality could be substantially less?
It could be, but looking at number of those tables, it looks like one table was maybe cut and paste and then some ratios applied to it and maybe not correct ratios. There are things where certain costs are carried over in 2 out of 3 options, but not included in a third option. Security personnel doesn't add up. There's just a lot of
Okay.
errors in that feasibility study, which is now a public document, which doesn't look great.
Okay, thank you. And if anybody else has anything to hand out, I'm just Mayor, that perhaps they could give it to us at the beginning so that they could give it to us while they're talking or something like that. That'd be great. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. This time I'd like to invite Mr. Andrew Rhoda to speak. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Rhoda. I don't have a presentation prepared. The mayor answered a lot of my questions in the beginning. I just wanted to show support for my neighbors, and yeah, going forward, I want to know what I can do to help. And I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now I'd like to invite Miss Marnie Yomes.
She was, sorry, Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
she was coming online, but we don't have her online right now. We have somebody in the waiting room, but we're not sure who they are. They're not identifying themselves, so it could be her. So we'll work with that and let her in, and
Okay.
I'll let you know when she's in.
Sounds good. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
We'll move on. We'll go to Miss Colleen Roberge.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, my name is Colleen, and I want to share with you a recent situation that brought me here today in support of the Youth Transitional Housing Program. A couple weeks ago, my husband and I were playing pickleball at St. Albert High, and we were one of the last to leave the school about 9:40 p.m. Along with the teacher was putting away equipment. Outside the door was a kid waiting, a teenager. We asked him what he was doing there and if he needed anything. He was visibly cold and upset. And he had shared that he had just been walking around since school had ended, nowhere to go, didn't know what to do. I felt really bad for him. And there was nothing really I could do to help him. Thankfully, the teacher did contact the school counselor and just waited for him for maybe someone to use a phone and be in contact with someone. And apparently he just sleeps on couches on days like these when he can't go home. So I'm here today to advocate for that 15-year-old boy from St. Albert High and for all kids in similar situations who are facing abuse, unstable living conditions, and have nowhere else to go. St. Albert is often recognized as one of the safest communities in Alberta. But the reality is that family violence and unsafe home conditions don't stop at the City of St. Albert sign. According to data from the St. Albert Food Bank, city service providers, and Alberta Family and Community Support Services, they estimate that 12 to 44 youth under the age of 25 may be experiencing homelessness locally at any given time. These numbers represent real people, teenagers, who should be focusing on schools, friendship, and their future, but are instead worried about where they will sleep at night because their homes aren't safe. Not having safe options for teens in crisis in St. Albert is something that we should be concerned about. Without stable housing, counseling, and support, these young people face greater risks of exploitation, mental health struggles, dropping out of school, and long-term poverty. Without safe options, some remain trapped in harmful home environments simply because they have nowhere else to go. A youth transitional housing facility or something similar could change that. This type of program has been successfully implemented by organizations like Yes in Edmonton. Their work demonstrates that young people who receive stable housing and guidance are far more likely to complete school, find employment, and avoid long-term homelessness. We are proud to be known as a beautiful botanical city and a wonderful place to raise a family. Let's also be known as a compassionate community that helps youth who are struggling and offers them opportunity. I urge the city to continue exploring and prioritizing the development of a youth transitional housing facility and to partner with community organizations and to invest in programs that provide both housing and life skills support for kids in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Sincerely appreciated. I believe we do now have Marnie online and logged in, so we can move to her for her presentation. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Are you able to hear me?
We can, yeah. And if I don't know if you caught at the beginning, but you're limited to 5 minutes, and you'll hear a bell at 30 seconds, just giving you a warning that that's the time.
Perfect.
Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
very good.
You can
Thank you.
start when you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Marnie O'Hamus, and I'm a resident of the Gardens/Grandin neighborhood. The community that sits immediately beside the Sir Winston Churchill site this council is considering for youth transitional housing and a single mother of 2 young daughters. I want to be clear at the outset. I'm not here to argue against helping vulnerable youth. My family has a long and proud history of helping people, in particular, young men and boys in need. I am here because the evidence from across this province and this country tells that this particular site in this particular location carries serious risks that have not been adequately answered. And the people who will bear those risks are my neighbors, their children, my daughters, and the families who use Lions Park every single week. I am asking this council to say no, not to accept, not to the concept, but to this site. What the evidence actually shows is that proponents of the facility will tell you that a well-run youth transitional housing does not harm neighborhoods. What they will not tell you is what well-run, quote unquote, actually requires, and how rarely those conditions are met in practice. In Saskatoon, the Fairhaven Emergency Wellness Center opened with similar assurances. Property crime doubled, calls for police service rose 122%. One nearby business alone reported 751 theft incidents in a single year. The facility's own problems were traced directly to inadequate funding and under-trained staff, the very risks identified in St. Albert's own feasibility study. In Edmonton's Terrace Heights neighborhood, a supportive housing facility opened in July 2023. By mid-2024, Edmonton Police Service confirmed calls for services within 1 kilometer of that building were running higher than any comparable period in prior years. A community tracking blog cataloged over 480 drug incidents, more than 300 property creeping incidents, and 73 assaults on neighbors. One man was attacked on this evening walk by a person wielding a machete and suffered life-threatening injuries. The facility sat immediately adjacent to a youth skate park. That park is now effectively unusable because parents will not allow their children to go there. In Medicine Hat, the community mounted such sustained opposition to a facility in their residential neighborhood that the operator shut its daytime services permanently in February of this year. Residents had documented witnessing sexual acts and overdoses from their front windows, finding drug paraphernalia throughout the neighborhood, and having belongings stolen from their yards. A single mother described her 14-year-old daughter watching an overdose happen on their front lawn. These are not outliers. These are documented outcomes in case after case across Canada when facilities are sited in residential neighborhoods without adequate planning, consultation, or resources. This site is uniquely inappropriate. Now consider where this council is proposing to place this facility. The Sir Winston Churchill site sits immediately adjacent to the Gardens Grandin neighborhood, a community of families with young children. Directly across from the site is Lions Park, a playground, a public playground that hosts weekly Scout youth groups, meetings, community races, and family events throughout the year, adjacent to a ravine, dog park, and tobogganing hill. In the Edmonton Terrace Heights case, the community's own petition specifically highlighted the destruction of the skate park beside the housing facility as a symbol of what they had lost. We are being asked to accept the same risk, except the park beside this site is where our Children's Scout troops meet, where our neighbors run their 5K races, and where our families spend their Saturday mornings, and where my daughters play with their neighborhood friends, bike, walk to the outdoor pool. City staff have themselves acknowledged on the record that, quote, "If you build it, they will come, and they will come from everywhere," end quote. This is not a facility that will serve St. Albert youth alone. It will draw from the entire Edmonton region because there is so little of the housing anywhere. The neighborhood absorbs that reality. The neighborhood has no choice, and when the facility is full, it leaks into the neighboring neighborhood. The pattern across Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, Edmonton Terrace Heights, Saskatoon's Fairhaven facility, New Glasgow's Viola Place, and Toronto's Lakeshore have documented neighborhood conflict, and the evidence shows that regardless of whether they serve youth or adults, depending on how they are run and the size of the facility, leads to negative outcomes. The risks in this feasibility study are not reassurances. Page 19 and 20 of the city's own feasibility study listed the project risks. I want to take a moment to add to that list because what is there is incomplete. The report identifies the risk of sustainable funding. Is this funding guaranteed? For how long? What happens if charitable or provincial funding ceases? Will the city have to take it over? Do you have the money for that? And what about community consultation? Let's be honest, community engagement has been woefully inadequate to date. And what guarantees are there that the operator you choose will be able to adequately manage a facility like this? What safeguards exist if you donate the land and the facility becomes poorly managed or harm to neighborhood is realized? Every one of those risks is real, and it's real to my family. But here are the risks your feasibility report.
Marnie,
Yeah.
sorry, your time is up and I just have to respect that there's a 5-minute time limit.
Okay, did you give me a 30-second warning? Sorry.
Yeah, yes, we did.
Cool.
I apologize if you didn't hear it, but there was a bell that went off for 30 seconds. So thank you very much. And I did mention if I encourage people to wait if they have the time to listen to administration's presentation after the public speakers are done. So that may answer some additional questions. I do have one we have one Councillor Cortash has a comment or question for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Marnie, for that. Good to see you again. Just lots of really good questions that you raised, and we've got an opportunity to ask those of administration later on. I did want to ask you, you mentioned in your presentation, you spoke about the Fairhaven facility in Saskatoon and the Terrace one in Edmonton and Medicine Hat.
Yeah.
All of those facilities have almost nothing in common with the proposed youth transitional housing facility, but you did mention a few towards the end of your presentation as well that I didn't quite catch. I'm wondering if you had the chance in your research to look at any facilities that are more similar to the one that is being proposed.
Yeah, there
Maybe
were
some of those at the end.
Yeah, so Neil, there's a couple that are outlined in the feasibility, so we took a look at the, there's two, one of which was the, there's an opportunity, the McMahon Roots Youth Shelter in Medicine Hat is one, so.
Sorry, what was the name? What was the name of that?
The McMahon Roots Youth Shelter in Medicine
Okay.
Hat is one. Obviously, the Covenant ones here in Vancouver that I work in Vancouver and get to walk beside that facility all the time. And so I can tell from, personal experience what the neighborhood is like.
And
But
sorry,
the one
that was Covenant, Vancouver?
Covenant, yeah, Covenant Vancouver and Toronto have examples. There are others, so I would ask that this council ask staff to go back and look at some of these other examples. The McMahon Roots Youth Shelter is a good example. It's telling. It's simply a 4-bedroom facility that houses only 12 to 17-year-olds. Size matters in these things a great deal. Management matters and the location matters. And so I would, ask that this council ask a whole bunch more questions, look at more than the feasibility report didn't get into details with some of these other facilities. And I think before you make a decision that has this potential for impact in this community, that I would ask that you go look at these in more detail and come back with that experience and find out what does it take to do this right. Yep. And it's not about NIMBYism. It's not, right? And it's not about fear, right? It's about getting it right and in the right place. One thing that the one issue that seems to come up is the funding and over time, support fatigue and where that funding is going to come from. Anything I've seen that's read is going to rely on provincial or charitable funding. What happens when that dries up or you get a change of heart from, your provincial colleagues? I think there needs to be more clarity about what happens if there is evidence of things going wrong. Understanding the criteria that you're going to use for an RFP. It wasn't clear to me, the evaluation of the operators, because what the evidence will tell you is that it really comes down to the operator and the support programs that accompany a facility like this. Will you have the money for that programs? Will you have, it's proven, you look at, yes, it was mentioned in your facility report, they're even moving away from looking at housing options. They're going to a different model, which is support centers. And I think that's very telling. That organization has a lot of experience in our area about what is working and what is not working. So I would implore this council to go back and look at those and find out why is there a shift in that organization's approach. And maybe there's an opportunity to co-locate closer to one of those support centers that would provide the supports that these youths desperately need. I'm not saying they don't need it. It's just got to be in the right place.
Okay, thanks very much. Like I said, lots of good questions and we'll have an opportunity to dig into those a little bit later.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Sincerely appreciate it. I just want to confirm our next speaker is Jennifer Perry, but I don't have confirmation if, well, she's not online. Is she here? She's registered. Okay, we'll keep moving. I'd ask our next speaker, Mr. Jeremiah H., to come forward. I'd respectfully ask for you to state your name in full so we can have it on the public record. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeremiah Hanley and I live in the Gardens neighborhood. Firstly, I just want to ask council if this resolution coming up on March 17th is about housing or is it not? In 2020, the Mayor's Task Force to End Homelessness identified a significant gap in youth services in St. Albert. I think a lot of people here are all in agreement of a program to support that. That became a recommendation, and then the recommendation became feasibility study. The feasibility study selected a site, and that site became the resolution on March 17th. The city opened a public engagement for this resolution. The title reads, Removal of Municipal Reserve Designation, Former Fire Hall Number 1. My understanding, no mention of housing, no mention of this youth initiative, no mention of what this land is purposely being cleared for. Councillor came to my neighborhood and told residents this resolution is paperwork, it's part of disposing of land. In my own correspondence with the mayor, He states there is no end use planned for this land, that the removal simply allows for future less restricted development. So I went to the official record, the Standing Committee of the Whole, June 10th, 2025. The committee moved by, I believe, Councillor McKay at the time, carried unanimously, and here's what it says. That administration bring forward a bylaw for council's consideration to remove the municipal reserve designation for 16 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue in order to enable the land to be donated or sold for a nominal fee to facilitate the developing and operation of youth transition housing in St. Albert. The public page says municipal reserve removal. The councillor came to my door, says it's paperwork. The mayor in correspondence routine process, yet the minutes say youth transition housing. Same resolution, and I think we can all agree very different interpretations of what's going on. So I want to ask on the record today, is this resolution related to the youth housing project or not? Because if it isn't, then why did the councillor motion it? I want to be clear about what removing the designation means. It means the municipal reserve designation is the only mechanism the community has to have a say in what happens to this land. That is not paperwork, that's diligence. My next question I want to ask council is if the site actually appropriate for the project if it proceeds. The site in this resolution was put in motion by a previous council. The council is being asked to inherit that decision and stand behind it. Can you stand behind the feasibility study that measured capital costs and bed count and never once asked whether the location is appropriate for the people who would live there and did not include the community as a noted stakeholder? The study modeled the parcel at 594 square meters. The actual lot is 3 times larger. The oversight alone understates the land value by over $500,000 because that's not what you're being asked to stand behind today. As a Gardens resident, I walk through this neighborhood, I see the site every day. And I want you to imagine with me, it's 2 a.m., you're walking with, you're a young person trying to find your way. This place is the safest home you had, but you're restless. You feel the rumble, the metal cranking of wheels on the tracks, the inevitable horn blowing from the rail. The CN rail line runs directly adjacent to this site. It stirs you awake. The door is not locked. It shouldn't be. These are not incarcerated youth. You get up and you go outside. You have 2 directions to go. One way, Lions Park, open trails, sheltered areas, no supervision, no one watching. Youth push boundaries. Canada's largest homeless study found 42% had experienced self-harm crisis. The Transportation Board recorded 56 rail trespasser fatalities in 2024. Has anyone assessed this site before the MR designation is stripped from the land? I want you to also imagine that you're the same young person in daytime. You're 19 years old, you've been in and out of this facility, you're trying. You head to a social worker, a service, some help. 68 meters from the door, there's a licensed liquor store. It's on the way there and it's on the way back. You're struggling but trying, and every time you pass by, every time you come home, it's a decision you have to make. The passive force of the substance are closer than the help you're getting. Did the current council ask those questions when they inherited the site selection? And why doesn't the feasibility study capture any of this? I measured what, unfortunately, I won't have enough time to complete my speech here, but I just want to say, like, this is clearly a contentious issue with the community, clearly. And I ask that you pause the March 17th bylaw, reclassification of the land and engage with the community properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremiah. I guess Councillor Mackay has some comments, but just if you can pause for 1 second before we get there, just so we're clear, the removal of the MR designation is needed for any future disposition. So the assumption that the MR designation being removed will force council, or in a sense pigeonhole council into a decision specifically for youth transitional housing is incorrect. It has to be removed for any type of future development that would not be designated or under MR. So council is by no means forced into a direction by removing the MR designation. So let that, just so we're clear on that. I understand the objection or the concerns around the location being in question. However, the designations that is attached to the PPI zoning restricts our ability to sell, donate, or future develop anything outside of what would be restricted to the MR.
Outside of public parkland.
Yeah. the
Outside
MR has
of
the-
basically transferring it to private use to develop it into housing
Private, public, or institutional. I believe it's the CPA.
institution.
Yeah. So-
And I think that's the point, Mr. Mayor, is that the council is on the record of saying that we are going to reclassify this land to support this initiative. And then everyone is telling me that it's not related and it's part of paperwork, right? So you can't say that and then have it on the record and then say it's for something else. It's just, there's no logical reasoning that anyone could read the notes from the 2025 standing committee and then be here today and say they're not related. Whether or not it goes to mixed use residential, commercial use, institutional use, parkland, the community has a right to say what that land becomes. And I don't think anyone here has had proper discourse of what that land could be used for.
Mhm. So I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate your concern. The MR designation removal, and I can't speak to the 2025 standing committee of the whole meeting. However, the council would have to decide after an MR designation is removed for any future development. And what we are trying to do, and this was initiated by myself, is to move this site along for something so it does not continue to sit dormant. Now, there is at this time, no proposals for a youth transitional facility. There's no proposal for any type of development in there because of the restrictions that are currently placed on it. So
But respectfully, you passed a motion. Like that's what happened in
haven't
June
pa-
2025. You said to initiate a bylaw to the removal of the MR designation from the land to facilitate a youth transition housing. Like it's clear on the record what the intended use of the land is. And my point is that in all of the community engagement, you're not relating that. You're not saying, well, this is what we intended. This is what council may intend to use it for. And then within my own community interaction, I have people that are interfacing with the council and they're saying, well, no one really said anything. Like people had the opportunity to express the concerns of how they want to use that land. And the reality is a large billboard on a vacant land in the middle of winter is not due community engagement, right? The public websites that talks about the reclassification of the land does not mention the Standing Committee 2025 motion for the motion to reclassify the land.
Okay, so I appreciate it, and I don't want to turn this into a debate. The requirement under the Municipal Government Act would require us to also hold a public hearing, which would be held on the 17th, so that the public can voice their concern at that time, specifically relating to the removal of the MR designation. I know Councillor Mackay has a comment, being that he was here, and then we will. I'd ask that we move forward with the remaining presentations from the public.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. You raised really valid concerns and really valid comments. A little bit about the process in relation to the difference between a standing committee of the whole meeting and a council meeting is that it's basically, or one's a little bit more informal than the other. We get information. We usually have an opportunity to have items that administration wants to bring forward. This particular matter around youth transitional housing arose out of 2018. It came back to council in various forms up until 2025. And it was just kind of something that was almost languishing. And so procedurally, in order that we could start or continue the discussion, there was the motion just basically to get it on the floor. But point taken, really, in the sense that
you know what, it was a little directive. It was a little directive. But quite honestly, everything the mayor has just said stands. And it really was only put on the floor just to bring it forward, just to keep it alive, just to keep it on administration's radar. But nothing holds this council to previous council's decisions at a standing committee of the whole meeting, Jeremiah. So point taken though, you raised valid questions about the process, but I just wanted to inform you, all it was to put it on the floor so that we could look at it, have it debated, had valid questions, concerns raised in a public forum.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Mr. McKay. I appreciate that. And I just want to say on March 17th, I intend to discuss more on the process that is expected. I've read DARP, I've read Flourish very handily, I've read the MGA, and I'm very familiar with the process of reclassifying MR land. And I actually look forward to further discussions on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd ask Ms. Crystal Gosman to come forward to speak now. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Olivieri and Council. My name is Crystal Gossman, and I've been a St. Albert resident for over 15 years. I previously managed transitional housing programs in Edmonton. In that role, I worked directly with youth and adults experiencing housing instability, many of whom were already connected to surrounding communities just like ours. I'm here today to speak in support of bringing a youth transitional house to St. Albert because I've seen firsthand how effective these programs are when they are well-run, well-supervised, and embedded in the community. There's been some understandable concern from residents, and I think it's important to clarify what a youth transitional house actually is. This is not an emergency shelter. It is not unsupervised housing. Transitional housing is structured, staffed, time-limited support designed to help young people stabilize and move towards independence. Residents typically attend school, work, or training programs. They follow clear expectations and house rules. They receive case management, life skills support, and mental health connections, and they transition out once stable. In my experience in managing these programs, structure and accountability are not optional, they are foundational. I've heard clearly from residents that many understand why this type of housing is important. They just don't want it in their neighborhood. And I understand where that reaction comes from. Change close to home feels uncertain. But from my professional experience, when transitional housing is thoughtfully implemented, it does not create disruption. It creates stability. Most neighbors don't even realize the home is there because of the level of structure, staffing, and accountability built into these programs. The youth that would be staying here are not outsiders. Many already live, work, or go to school in this community. Transitional housing simply gives them the support they need to succeed. It changes outcomes. Without structured support, young people are far more likely to experience chronic houselessness, involvement with emergency systems, and poor long-term health and employment outcomes. With transitional housing, we consistently see higher school completion rates, stronger employment outcomes, and reduced reliance on crisis services. This is not theoretical. It's what I saw repeatedly in my work. Just because the youth is unhoused does not mean they're delinquent. In my experience, well-run transitional housing does not increase neighborhood crime. Programs operate with staffing, curfew, supervision, and strong community partnerships. In many cases, transitional housing offers more stability than their current living situations, with clear expectation, structure, and consistent supervision that they probably don't even have right now. With the right operator, strong oversight, and clear accountability measures, St. Albert can implement a model that reflects those values and becomes an example for other municipalities. Transitional housing is not about bringing problems into a community. It is about creating solutions within one. Supporting youth at this stage can forever change the course of their lives and strengthens the entire community in the long term. Instead of asking, what is wrong with this kid? We should be asking, what has happened to this person and what resources do they need to be safe? What is the best that could happen if we have this in our community? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and it's wonderful to see you again. I'll move it to Councillor Bermansky for commentary.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting today. I have a couple questions with relation to the facility that you work in. Who operates that facility and who funds it?
So that was with E4C. They're a nonprofit in Edmonton. And we were funded federally and provincially and by donations.
Federally and provincially
provincially,
on
yeah.
grants each year or
No,
regular?
it was secured funding year after year.
Okay,
Yep.
and there was no time limit on that? Like a lot of
Nope.
them are 3-year?
Well, we would have a contract year. Sometimes they were 2, sometimes they were 3. It was always dependent. But there was never any reason for us to doubt that funding would ever be gone.
So you're renewing your contracts when they expire with the same?
We
funding?
try to, usually they go over and we usually just continue sometimes without contracts, as many
Okay.
certainly do, but yeah.
And what portion would have been municipally supported?
I'm not sure what, if any, I think it was federally and provincially. I don't think there was any municipal dollars that went into operating.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cosman. I don't
Thanks.
believe there's any other comments, so thank you for your presentation. That concludes the public speakers registered to speak on youth transitional housing. We do have a Brett Volkel wanting to speak regarding the second topic, which is the construction debris. I would invite you to come up and speak now if you'd like to, or you can wait and we could allow you to speak when, or just prior to that presentation. Is he online? He may come back. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I would take a brief pause, and I don't believe there's any other business arising from this at this time. I'd ask for a counselor to make a motion that we would approve the minutes from this, our previous standing committee of the meeting of the whole from February 17th. Counselor Clark, thank you.
That the Standing Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of February 17th, 2026 be adopted as presented.
Thank you very much. I'll accept that. Can we move it to a vote, please? Thank you very much. That motion passed unanimously. So with that, we will invite administration to start their presentation regarding the youth transitional housing project update. And through Mr. Fletcher, I'll move that to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. Again, I think it's important just to set the stage. So the intent today from an administrative perspective is to provide information and enable council's questions, right? Deal with some of those issues. We're not seeking a decision today. It's ultimately about information. With that, I'll turn it over to Alex, Managing Director of Operations, for the introduction.
Good morning. Following our last presentation on youth transitional housing, we wanted to provide additional information to address some of the questions and concerns that both the council and the community have been raising about this topic in St. Albert. Joining me today are Elizabeth Budd, the Director of Community Services, and Connie Smigelski, the Senior Manager of Community Services. Next slide, please. Before handing things over to the team, I'd like to briefly outline the work that has led us to this point in exploring youth transitional housing. In 2018, the Mayor's Task Force on Homelessness was created in response to the rising homelessness in St. Albert. In 2019, the task force reported 167 residents experiencing homelessness, including youth. Many of these youth were considered hidden homeless, that is, staying temporarily with friends, living in vehicles, on couches, or staying in unsafe situations. The task force identified that the youth had the fewest supports available and recommended planning for a youth transitional home. In 2024, the city's feasibility study confirmed the same gap. St. Albert still has no dedicated youth crisis or transitional housing options. Both the Mayor's Task Force report and the Youth Transitional Housing Feasibility Study highlight youth as the greatest and the most addressable housing need. This is an area where upstream supporting housing can prevent more complex downstream issues. This work is fundamentally preventive. When young people receive the stability and support early, we reduce future pressures on emergency services, healthcare, policing, and crisis response systems. Early intervention changes long-term trajectories. The research is consistent. When youth are able to stay in their community, close to their schools, natural supports, and people that they trust, they experience better long-term outcomes and rely far less on emergency or crisis services.
As we move into this presentation, we recognize that the context in our community changes daily. To ground this discussion in what is happening right now in St. Albert, we reached out to the St. Albert Public School Board last week for a quick pulse check. Their school administrators, counselors, and mental health workers all shared the same message. Youth housing instability exists here, and it's often hidden. They see students who are couch surfing, staying with friends or extended family, moving between homes, or leaving St. Albert as things begin to escalate. These situations come from a variety of different causes: family conflict, unsafe home environments, mental health challenges, fiscal strain, and identity-related conflict. What matters is that these young people are already part of our community. When they lose stability at home, they risk falling behind in school, losing connections, and becoming increasingly vulnerable. Providing local transitional housing is a tertiary preventative strategy. It supports youth who are already at risk, helps prevent homelessness from occurring or worsening by keeping them safe, connected to their school, and supported close to the homes they're familiar with. In 2025, the food bank recorded 84 youth who sought support. 62 were between the ages of 0 and 17, and 22 were between 18 and 24. These numbers reflect only the youth who came forward for help. They do not include the youth who were couch surfing, moving between households, or not using those formal supports. The total number of youth experiencing unstable or precarious housing is likely higher than what was recorded. A housing continuum is a way of showing the different type of housing and support people may need as they move from a crisis situation towards long-term stability and independence. It isn't a one-way path. For youth, the goal is simply to help youth get into safe, stable housing quickly with the supports they need to stay connected. Right now in St. Albert, there is no local option to support youth through this part of the continuum. When youth are experiencing housing instability here, the only options are to remain in crisis or to move directly into affordable or market housing, often without the support needed to succeed. Transitional housing helps fill the gap. It provides a short-term, supported, residential environment where youth can regain stability. It provides programs that focus on helping those youth build their everyday skills, supporting school and work routines, reconnecting with family or natural supports when appropriate, creating a safe, predictable place to live while planning the next steps. These supports help youth move forward safely and confidently while also helping the community by reducing the need for emergency services and creating more stable, long-term outcomes. In short, transitional housing is one piece of a larger continuum that helps local youth stay safe and supported and connected while remaining part of the community in a predictable and familiar way. Youth transitional housing is a preventive strategy for homelessness and is intended for relatively temporary stays, which can range from 30 days to upwards of 3 years, as an intermediate step between emergency crisis shelter and permanent housing. It is more long-term, service-intensive, and private than an emergency shelter, yet remains time-limited. This type of housing is meant to provide that safe and supported resource environment where youth can overcome trauma, begin to address their issues, which led to them finding themselves homeless, and rebuild their support network. While programming would be set by an operator, transitional housing traditionally includes preventive supports such as life skills development, which could include cooking, budgeting, cleaning, and navigating appointments. School and employment support, which could include homework help, tutoring, job search help, and resume building. Family and natural supports work, which includes conflict resolution, reconnecting with those safe family or caregivers where it's appropriate. Health and wellness supports, which might mean help accessing mental health care, primary care, and community resources. Skill building for independence, how to rent safely, understanding leases, building routines, learning transportation routes, and pro-social activities. Structured programs that build confidence, connection, and expand healthy peer networks. These programs are all designed to support youth early before their situation becomes an entrenched or chronic experience of homelessness.
Last time, council asked how youth transitional housing in St. Albert compares to other housing or support models they're more familiar with, such as Yes in Edmonton or shelters like Jessica Martel. To help clarify this, we've provided a brief overview of how these programs differ from one another and from youth transitional housing. Yes is a 24/7 single point of access to immediate and low barrier physical, mental, cultural, and emotional health supports, and is a safe place to stay for youth who are experiencing crises. Yes is similar to what youth transitional housing would be in St. Albert. However, Yes does not have the resources to move young people back and forth to their home community to continue their education, after-hour activities, or employment, all essential in maintaining the greatest outcomes for youth who are in temporary need of support. Yes is working to adapt their operating model to be more reflective of the transitional housing model we could expect to see in St. Albert. Group homes fall under the mandate of Children's Services for children and youth who cannot live at home due to special needs, disabilities, or behavioral challenges. Women's shelters provide safe housing for individuals fleeing violence. And emergency shelters are facilities providing immediate, safe, and free accommodation for individuals in crisis, offering basic need, including beds, food, and showers. Youth transitional housing is primarily for youth 13 to 24 who are facing family conflict, mental health challenges, or unstable housing and need a safe, short-term place to stay. Youth must be able to live safely in a home-like setting and remain connected to school, work, or community supports. Access is referral-based through professionals who already work with the youth. This program is not for youth who need secure treatment, detox, or justice system custody. Those needs require specialized provincial services. Youth is commonly defined as adolescents and young adults aged 13 to 24. This range straddles the age of majority when individuals are legal adults. This range also encompasses very different stages of cognitive and social development. The length of these stages can vary substantial by individual. Many youth housing services and supports are only accessible to youth under 18, while some extend into early adulthood or are purpose-designed only for young adults. In Alberta, Children and Family Services is responsible for ensuring youth under 18 have safe housing if they are unable to live with family. Despite this, many youth under 18 experience urgent or ongoing housing needs that are unmet. Since there is no crises or transitional housing for youth in St. Albert, even youth connected with Children and Family Services must leave the community to access these kinds of housings.
So who does what in a youth transitional housing model? It's a partnership and each partner has a clear role. First, it's the province. They continue to lead the services they already provide: healthcare, mental health supports, education, and child protection services. Those supports stay with the young person no matter where they are living, so the province remains the main operator of those core services. Next is the transitional housing operator, the nonprofit running the home. Their role is hands-on. They provide the safe housing, the day-to-day support, the life skills coaching, and the connections to community resources. They're the ones creating a stable home-like environment while the youth work towards independence. And finally, the City of St. Albert and Council. The city's role is at the policy and planning level. Council may look at things like land contributions or operating fund support, or helping an operator qualify for grants. The city also issues the RFP and sets expectations for the operator, making sure the program meets the needs of youth experiencing homelessness, and where and when possible, offers benefits that support youth and our broader community. Last time we were here, Council had questions about how youth transitional housing is different from what Children's Services would provide, where the roles overlap, and why some youth still need transitional housing. Children's Services supports minors who are at risk or already in care. Their role is to provide protection, safety, and legal guardianship. This support can continue for several years and is part of the provincial child intervention system. Youth transitional housing is different. It is voluntary, short-term program for older youth, generally between that 13 and 24 year, who needs that stability, routine, and life skill support to move forward and towards independence. It is not part of the child intervention system. Sometimes the two systems well work together. If a young person needs immediate safety, Children's Services may be involved briefly while a longer-term plan is prepared. Once the young person is ready to build independence, transitional housing can provide that stable, supervised environment needed to help them move forward. There's still a clear need for transitional housing because not all youth are connected to Children's Services. Some are aging out of care, some are between placements, and many are experiencing instability, but don't meet the threshold for child intervention involvement. These youth still need local, short-term housing and support close to their schools, families, and community. Programs like this are planned to be neighborhood-friendly, supervised, structured, and referral-based. They are not walk-in services, and they operate quietly as residential use. In many communities, people perceive an increase in activity simply because the program is nearby or because of assumptions about the demographic. But reports from operators in our conversations with other municipalities who have these programs indicate no increase in neighborhood crime linked to youth transitional housing. The evidence instead points to greater stability rather than increasing risk. In short, Children's Services provides that protection and guardianship for minors. Youth transitional housing provides the short-term stability and life skills support for older youth. Different systems that coordinate when needed. We are here today for information. but council still has very clear levers ahead. Some you control, some you direct, and some you influence. What council controls? Zoning and land use. These are council's decisions, past and present, that inform whether a site is even appropriate to consider. Land agreements. Council considers the conditions under which land can be used, whether a donation or sale is pursued, what the agreement includes, and whether there's a need for a give back or buyback provision. Without a council approval on these, the project does not proceed. What council can direct, setting conditions and requirements. The conditions for city support of an operator. What must be in place before considering any kind of land or funding support, what the operating expectations are for safety, outcomes, reporting, engagement, and service standards. This could be included in the RFP and in contracts. If an applicant requests land donation or funding, council once again decides later, not today, after reviewing the specific ask, the proponent's suitability, needs, experience, operating model, and full proposal. Council sets those clear guardrails and requires proof before any support is considered. What can council influence? They can shape how we work with an operator, how we approach partnership with a nonprofit, the alignment with community values, with safety expectations and long-term plans, the access and integration and support for working with local schools, health and community supports. Council can shape the delivery so it fits St. Albert's context and standards, the scale of community engagement considered alongside this work. In short, council is controlling the land use, whether to support a nonprofit operator, to direct the conditions for support, the operating standards, and the decision timing. Council does not determine who is accepted into a youth transitional housing program. Individual eligibility is handled by the operator and the provincial systems that already support these youth. Council does not control provincial program rules, including income support, healthcare, mental health services, or addiction services. Those remain provincial responsibilities. Council also does not deliver case management or provide day-to-day support to youth in the program. That work belongs to the qualified nonprofit operator. This slide is just meant to clarify the boundaries and reduce confusion. Council sets the framework, but an operator delivers the service.
St. Albert is one of a few cities in Alberta with a population over 60,000 residents that does not have supportive housing for youth. Youth transitional housing across Alberta is operated by a range of nonprofit providers, each offering different supports and using different mixes of provincial, federal, and private donation funding. Their programs vary in size and scope, shaped by community needs and the operator's capacity and resources. To give council a sense of that range, we've included examples, when available, from the operators we spoke with, highlighting how their models, funding structures, and supports differ community to community. Stepping Stones in Fort McMurray is a small 24/7 youth shelter with 7 beds located in a regular residential area. Primary funding comes from donations and federal grants. The facility provides crisis counseling provided by youth and family counselors, supports to re-engage with school, community, and family, support to learn life skills such as cooking, laundry, and communication skills, provides 24/7 professional supervision, and their team has reported there was no increase in crime and the neighbors are very supportive of this housing model. Sunrise House in Grand Prairie has supported over 5,000 youth since 2003. They recently received a land donation from a builder and funding from the city totaling $940,000 to start operations of a new facility, which is the facility you see in place. Ongoing funding includes donations, grants, $132,000 in operational funding from the city, and $130,000 annually in FCSS funding to support their family support program. It includes an emergency shelter, a transitional housing floor with 11 small suites, and an integrated youth hub. The integrated youth hub is a kickstand location operated by Sunrise House. The hub provides free, accessible programs and activities designed to promote mental health, social connection, and personal growth. From peer support groups to creative workshops, Kickstand offers something for everyone in a safe and supportive environment. Their team as well has reported no increase in crime and no neighborhood complaints. They do an annual fundraising event with residents in the community, and they raise over $400,000 annually through that annual event. An example of the impact of this transitional housing, Sunrise House helped a youth named Emily after she fled an unsafe home at 14. With support from this program and Children's Services, she found stability with a foster family and later went on to pursue higher learning and a career with Edmonton Police Services. 49th Street Youth Shelter in Red Deer is a small 12-bed youth shelter located in a neighborhood setting. As a tertiary preventive strategy, this youth transitional housing facility offers supervised accommodation, family support outreach, and independent living preparation, all designed to stabilize youth already experiencing challenges and prevent homelessness from emerging or intensifying. Their team as well reports no increase in crime, and the shelter maintains positive relationships with nearby residents. Their primary funding is through Children's Services. The municipality does not provide any operational funding. And a success story, Sarah, a young girl couch surfing with friends, had nowhere to go. She arrived at the shelter. She was welcomed by staff, met people who listened, cared, and understood. She began opening up. She shared her struggles, and she received the support she needed. The shelter became a place of safety and warmth, a place where she realized she wasn't alone.
We wanted to provide some clear information on some of the frequently raised points surrounding youth housing supports that we are seeing in the community. Transitional housing will bring troubled youth from Edmonton into our community. Transitional housing is fundamentally designed for local youth. In this case, those who already live in St. Albert. Access is referral based through St. Albert's schools, St. Albert's FCSS, and youth serving agencies in the community. It is not a walk-in and does not operate like an emergency shelter.
Having younger teens and older youth in the same program is inherently unsafe. Actually, programs use careful intake assessments, planning, and supervision to make sure youth are a good fit. Younger and older youth benefit from positive peer support, and safety and suitability are always the top priority.
Youth transitional housing is the same as a group home. Transitional housing is voluntary, short-term support program for youth who need stability in that life skills development. Group homes are part of the provincial child intervention system and support youth with very different legal and care requirements. They are different program models serving very different situations.
The city will be operating this facility. Transitional housing will actually be operated by a qualified nonprofit organization with experience in supportive and transitional housing. The city's role is to set expectations through the request for proposal, review proposals for alignment with community standards, and bring any next steps to council for decision. Operating the program is not the city's role.
Youth transitional housing brings drug or crime into neighborhoods. Youth transitional housing programs are supervised, structured, and staffed, and they support young people who are already in neighborhoods and in the community. These programs focus on safety, stability, and skill building, and examples from other municipalities show no increase in neighborhood crime associated with the youth that are in transitional housing care.
Youth with mental health needs create risk for our community. Mental health challenges are common and they're treatable. And a stable, supportive environment reduces the risk. It does not increase it. Youth transitional housing connects young people to those supports and services that help them stay safe, stable, and well.
Youth transitional housing will be noisy and disruptive. These programs are designed to be quiet, predictable, and residential in nature. They typically generate less traffic and activity than businesses, schools, or larger institutional uses.
Youth in transitional housing do not belong in a residential neighborhood. Best practice shows that youth do well in a safe, community-based environment, near school, transit, parks, and natural supports. Being connected to everyday community settings improves their outcomes and helps reduce long-term system involvement.
Engagement plays an important role in helping the community understand youth transitional housing and ensuring the program reflects local needs, as engagement does in so much of the city's work. Our approach alongside any potential operator would be to stay focused on clear information, open dialogue, and early opportunities for residents to ask questions. Future engagement could be expected to include youth input, ongoing conversations with young people to make sure the program design reflects their needs and experiences, partner input, continued engagement with local organizations that support youth and families, community awareness, sharing updates and information through familiar channels, including social media and online tools, opportunities for residents to ask questions, a dedicated space on Cultivate the Conversation where people can learn more, see updates, and ask their questions about the programs and process, good neighbor planning, working early with nearby residents to understand concerns and shape a clear, transparent plan for how a program might operate in a neighborhood should one be selected. Additionally, as part of current engagement, youth housing needs are part of the housing needs assessment and housing strategy, giving residents another opportunity to share their views. Overall, the goal of successfully integrating youth transitional housing in communities is to make sure the community has reliable information, space to ask questions, and clear opportunities to provide input to both the city and the potential operator as the work continues. The next step would be for administration to prepare and issue an RFP that prioritizes safety and looks for operators with strong community engagement practices and solid operational experience. Once that process is complete, administration would return to council with the RFP results and an operating model for review and direction. Council would then determine any of city's involvement, whether it's land use, service levels, or supports through future decisions. And finally, if land donation is even considered, it would come back as a separate future decision with full proposal details. Council will make each decision step by step with full visibility and full control. Thank you for the opportunity to return to council to speak further to transitional housing. We are happy to answer any further questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much for your, the presentation. We do have some questions, so I'll start by opening it up with Councillor Bermansky. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming back to council for clarification on several of these items. The one question I've had from the community, and is my question as well, is why is there a push for land donation rather than a leased space for a facility?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bermansky. So earlier, we had the opportunity to do a request for interest to just see if there were operators that would consider operating here in St. Albert. At the time, 9 registered to submit, 2 provided successful requests for interest. The other 7 identified they thought they had and had some confusion around the procurement software that they were utilizing. But within those that did submit, what they identified was the availability or the cost to purchase land was the greatest barrier stopping them from being able to come into St. Albert to start to realize the potential operations of a transitional housing. When it comes to the potential for leasing land or leasing space, it creates an ineligibility for them for many federal and provincial grants and for additional financing through the banks where they need to own the land in order to be able to leverage the value of that land or as a condition for their eligibility.
Okay, would that be only if they're building, correct? If they moved into an existing building, they could certainly lease at that point?
Absolutely, if that was a possibility. And when we were doing the feasibility study, the consultants that worked through youth transitional housing looked at both as built for transitional housing or the potential of repurposing existing housing. And what they identified was that there's a greater cost to the repurposing of homes and housing that was not constructed for transitional housing purposes. And so they identified from an operational efficiency that building new capital would sort of set up a future operator to be in a better environment for successful operation.
Okay, and it's been mentioned several times, and it's contradictory in some respect, that the facility would be run by the nonprofit. The city's not involved. The group running the facility is responsible, yet in your presentation just now, it was mentioning that the city would be responsible for grant writing, operating supports, policy planning, and such. So I don't know where that the city is separate from the operating and the clarification on those two.
Yeah, maybe I'll just start, Councillor, and then the team can jump in. I think, when we talked about the policy component of that, that's really council's policies framing the initiation of this thing, right? We would not be dictating to an operator their day-to-day operations or how they would manage that. I think the RFP would talk about the expectations of a broad model. So the intent behind this is the operator builds and runs the facility itself, right? I think the RFP would identify if there were a request for land as an example or a request for operating funds, right? Our going in position would be that we're not providing operating funds, but the team can speak to the supports they provide. All are not for profits in St. Albert, and what we're really talking about is the exact same support we provide to everybody else, I think would be provided to a potential future organization, but please feel free to jump in on that.
Thank you very much. That's exactly right. So the city through both recreation parks and community services, specifically the FCSS branch, do work with local nonprofit organizations to help them with best practices around boards, operating procedures. We help them with awareness of grant opportunities, support letters to help them facilitate a grant application. We at times will provide workshops on grant writing, funding reports, as well as we do have grant streams available to nonprofits across the community as well. So there are several places where the city continues to be involved in supporting nonprofits, not specifically within their operations, but in helping to give them the skills to help elevate and continue their sustainable practices of their operations.
Okay, I know that some of the grant items that were presented in the background they were initial startup costs. So a grant that's available for, a year, 2 years, 3 years, and so on. But at that point, where does that funding come from? It's like starting a small business. You have to be planning for the future, and donations, I've heard that mentioned several times, but donations come and go, and what's the background or the backup when there isn't the donations in these facilities?
Thank you, Councilor Brumansky. You're right. It is like a business. You plan for the best and maybe you actually plan for the worst and hope for the best. The predictability of grants and the predictability of donations does change. Part of looking for proposals from experienced operators is these are operators that have already been navigating that specific environment and that specific landscape and do have to, much like many other nonprofit organizations, adjust to changes within what grant streams are available, how many are applying for it, what successful donor campaign may look like, what ongoing fundraising needs to be. And that's part of what we would be looking for in RFP is their ability to show us how they prepare for the storm and how they've weathered it previously in their operations.
Okay, my last question is, you had 9 different, I guess, groups approach you, but several were excluded from that group over the process. And we really, from council's perspective, haven't heard the names of any operators at this point in time, or their success rate, or how many of them there are actually out there, doing this type of work. So when that would only be presented to council through an actual RFP, not prior to a decision to direct an RFP?
Yeah, yes, generally. I mean, we don't know who's going to submit an RFP, right? And so there's no point bringing I mean, if council wanted sort of a round up of potential operators out there, I think we could probably put something together. It's not unlimited, but it's not insignificant either. I think the question becomes who would actually be interested and who would actually meet that threshold of being right for St. Albert or potentially right for St. Albert for consideration. Right before that, it's a little bit academic.
Right. And I mean, I'm going back to like one of the presentations today and, the order of business, the order of doing things. And we haven't even heard who these operators are, how successful they've been, and we're already talking about space and location and everything. So I feel that it could have been in the background or, somewhat more of we've heard different locations and buildings that exist, but we really haven't heard the background of operators.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Again, I think there's a bit of a chicken and egg discussion. An operator can't provide a fulsome proposal, including cost, without knowing what the footprint is. And so looking at the admittedly relatively limited amount of city land, right? And this was considered sort of the best option.
That's all my questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick to follow up on that. Ms. Budd, you suggested that this is, can we confirm these are short or long-term stays? Because it was mentioned that these would be short-term stays for individuals that would gain access to a facility like this. However, you speak to the support services and skill set supports that they would access, which would maybe suggest or lead that these are longer term stays to ensure that process is fulfilled properly. So can you just clarify?
So it really is a generalization of what the stay looks like. So we see is it frequently is a few months to a few years, depending on the specific needs. Support services, depending on the operator, aren't necessarily only available to those in a bed in the facility. They are more frequently, increasingly available to all youth in a community, and they're within the feasibility study. You'll notice that they pointed to models around centering youth hub type of supports within transitional housing. So simply because they have managed to move out of their bed into a return to family or a safe environment does not mean that they wouldn't continue to be able to access those supports that are building those life skills.
Okay, thank you. And then being that we would work almost in tandem through, say, FCSS, and we do, I think, a fantastic job with supporting it over and above what would be kind of required. Do we have an idea of what additional cost may be, or if there would be additional asks from council for funding through FCSS to supplement the additional demand that would be put on it through a facility like this, or do we not have an idea? Is it too early for that?
Thank you for the question. Without knowing who the operators are, the model that they would be intending to operate, can't answer that. What I can say is that our FCSS funding is limited, has very specific criteria for application, and is very carefully considered before going to Community Services Advisory Committee for recommendation for where that funding goes and how it's allocated.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it for right now. I'll move it to Councillor Patrick. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for that really informative presentation. I appreciate it. I have a question about what youth are doing right now, or if we have knowledge. What do youth do right now if they're facing an emergency situation? Are they having, so, we find out, I don't know how to word this. Are they having to leave our community? So if they're going to school here, they're going to school every day, they don't have a bed to sleep on that night. An adult or food, FCSS finds out they need somewhere to stay. They get, what do they do right now?
Thank you for that question. So the options are somewhat limited, especially if they're under 18, as an example that was provided by one of our speakers today. So we do know at Yes, currently on any given day, there's 3 to 4 St. Albert youth there. We also know from speaking to our partners in the school divisions and social service providing organizations, many of these youth are staying in family, friends, couches, on couches. Some are staying in cars, some are in hallways of buildings. It's all over. It's very, very hard to be able to give definitive numbers and to know where they all are because they're young and they're hiding, they're scared.
And then I just wanted, just for clarification, a youth transitional house would have an employee present 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that was all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll move it to Councillor Cortash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the city manager and admin. I guess the first question series of questions I have are with respect to process. And so if council does nothing today, what are the next steps? What happens if council does nothing today? What are the next steps?
Yeah, thank you very much. The team can certainly jump in. Nope, sorry.
I'm sorry, I just, if council gives no direction today, I should say, or if council, yeah, sorry, Mr.
Okay,
Fletcher,
my
carry on.
apologies. Yeah. I think, two things, right? And so we do have, and I accept the wording of the previous motion, right? And so the 17th, right now, we do have the public hearing for the removal of the MR, the municipal reserve designation. That does not beget youth transitional housing on that site. But in fairness, and as was highlighted, you heard some of the comments, right? There was a statement of intent behind that. Again, I would say I would echo the mayor's comments and say any disposition of that land that doesn't involve turning it into a park, which is not a recommendation going forward, and I've not heard, involves removal of MR from that piece of land, right? So it's going to be required regardless. So I don't want to muddy the waters even further than they are, right? But that does not beget it. We intend, if council does not provide direction today, and we're not seeking direction today, to issue an RFP, a request for proposals that would look at, potential operators to get an idea of what their proposals would be, right, which they would engender another discussion. And so there's a couple of ways, part of the sort of written statement of this is to clarify council's requirements for an RFP as well, right, and to offer the opportunity for council to inform the RFP to ensure that it's addressing the issues you need it to. Again, I would caution the RFP is not a contract. The RFP would be a series of operational models that would enable to the next level of discussion with council about the potential future of youth transitional housing. But we will do that unless we're told not to. Please go ahead and jump in if you're gonna. Yeah.
Thank you. So then clarifying so if the next stage is the RFP, I did understand from the presentation that council has an opportunity to set some of what's being requested or being asked in the RFP. And so that's today? What's the process for that? Or how does council provide that input in terms of what we'd like to see in the RFP?
Yeah, I think there's probably a couple of ways. Certainly today, if there are elements that council wants included, we would take note of those. I think there's an opportunity in terms of the timelines after the fact to provide a secretarial submission as well.
Okay. Just sticking with the RFP process, then once the RFP goes out, we get proposals back in from different operators. That I understood that would then come to council, or what's the process after that? Council selects the proposal. There's a recommendation from admin in terms of which operator. It's a negotiation. What does that look like after?
Through the mayor to Councillor Cortash, we would come back with the proponent that had scored the highest based on the criteria that the RFP included, to identify that operator and their needs and have further conversation for direction or support from council.
So the operator is chosen based on who scores the highest, and then at that stage, once the operator is chosen, then there can be some back and forth in terms of what that looks like, what the ultimate facility would look like, or how it would operate before a contract is signed or anything like that.
Again, if you don't mind me taking this question, it would be around whether you were looking to sell land, donate land, whether city land was to even be utilized. It would be around those specificities of that operator need.
Okay. In terms of requirements actually, let me focus on the land issue for starters. Would the RFP, would potential operators be putting in proposals based on this location? So are the proposals specific to this location or not?
Thank you. For the purposes of this RFP, we would identify that there was potential land for consideration and the parameters around it, should they want to utilize that in their application. It would not be specific to, you can only apply if you use this location and pursue it here. It would give them an option that they could consider in what they were proposing for an operating model.
Okay, thanks. One of the things that we've heard from the gallery today, and I think in the presentation as well, is the need for relationship building between the operator and the community and that type of thing. And so what expectations, is that something that's part of the RFP process in terms of setting out expectations for a potential operator to engage with the community? How does that, how do we dictate future community engagement before, or is it before council approval, or is it just before the proposal comes back to council? Council has an opportunity to engage with the public, or is there a requirement for the operator to engage with the public? You get what I'm asking? So what's the opportunity for the operator to engage?
I think there's a little bit of a chicken and egg in the question. What we've seen from the other transitional housings that are operating in these sort of mid-sized municipalities is how important the operators' engagement with community is. We want to develop transitional housing in this location that looks this way, that provides this service, much like a developer would identify, I want to build this type of building on this land. And so part of the RFP is including how they would pursue that conversation with the community, the users, the immediate neighbors, especially if they were identifying a specific location for their operation.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps maybe Councillor Bermansky was getting at this earlier. Maybe I may, again, some of these things are hard to answer because we don't have an operator, and so we're a little bit hypothetical in some respects. If I'm just gonna say hypothetically, if council were to, if there was an operator selected, council donated the land under that model that's sort of being proposed with a land donation, if things don't go well down the road, 10 years down the road, or whatever the case might be, what if the land's been donated and it's a private operator, what recourse does the city have to shut down the facility, change, close? So is that, I don't know if you can answer that, but it's been asked.
Yeah, and Ms. Caulfield can certainly jump in on this, right? But, you know, in terms of, you know, even a donation of land or a sale of land, the contract can have caveats in it, right? Whether it's a buyback clause or some sort of return clause, those things can be factored in. If you get to the point where, you know, you're actually crossing the line, right? And going to that. Ms. Caulfield, if you want to jump in on those bits and pieces.
That's correct. So just to add a little bit of more detail, that would be some sort of a land donation or land transfer agreement. And in those agreements, we typically specify that the land is to be used for a specific purpose. And if it's not used for that purpose, or if it ceases to be used for that purpose, then the city has the right of first refusal to get the land back. So that is how we would proceed in this case as well.
Okay, you had me up until right of first refusal to get the land. So right of first refusal to me implies that like we can't take it back. We only get it back if the operator decides to stop operating or get rid of the land.
Yes, so I understood the question to be that if the operation ceases or not.
Sorry, it was more so if things aren't going well with the facility, if things are not, does council then have any recourse, or does the city have any recourse if it does have a detrimental effect on the neighborhood, if it increases crime? So that's more the question, is just, you know, if I'm just thinking on a lease if the land was leased to a potential operator for a nominal fee per year and the lease expires, council could take the land back. If we donate the land, we don't have that option. Are there any other options that council would have to shut down a facility or if things don't go well?
Yeah, so there's two parts. If I understand correctly, two parts to your question. One is the recourse to cease operations if in fact we're seeing an adverse outcome or impact. And then the second is, you know, should that happen, what happens to the footprint, right? You know, I think that the lease issue becomes tricky when you're asking, you're offering a lease, but asking someone to sink the money into the bricks and mortar, right? I mean, it's nothing's impossible, but it is complex. I will defer to the other piece in terms of the ability to shut down somebody. And I'll ask Ms. Caulfield, and I believe we also have Mr. Giesbrecht, if there's an enforcement perspective, who can provide some commentary.
So we were just conversing about this specifically. I think it's just a very hypothetical question that without actually knowing the details of the facts and the circumstances is really difficult to answer. I think there are options to build in safeguards, but it depends on what is the operating model. It depends on how the land is transferred and what it contains. It also depends on what kind of contract, if any, there is related to the provision of the youth transitional housing services. So I apologize, but I really can't answer it. But I do know that from the administrative perspective, we would consider adding in as many safeguards as possible where they're possible. However, as has been said, I think it's just a little bit too early to answer specifically how that would look at this juncture.
Sure. Okay, thank you very much. A question in terms of, I think you've done an excellent job identifying the type of youth that would be using the facility and some of what happens in other communities and other facilities. One of the questions that's been asked of me a few times is how do, and maybe you can just speak to maybe what happens in other facilities if you're aware, what kind of conditions are required for youth to continue to live in these types of facilities? In other words, what would get a youth kicked out of this type of facility if they're there for 3 months to 3 years, as you've indicated? I think I heard some of that during your presentation. They have to be attending school. They have to be, so what would disqualify someone from being able to live there?
Yeah, so thank you.
Oh, sorry, hang on. Oh, sure, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Cortesh. So again, specific operator, there are specific rules. I think sort of the traditional standards we see is there's a very specific curfew. You have specific chores and responsibilities that you have to continue to provide within the housing location, that you have to attend school, that you have to go to work. It tends to be a no drug, no alcohol, like zero tolerance rules. Like anything, you get a warning, there's follow-up. Like they're trying to build skills and compliance in the same ways you would in your own home with your own children. But they lay that out as part of the conditions of being able to enter into the transitional housing, and then they hold the children and the youth accountable to meeting those expectations.
Okay, thanks very much. Mr. Mayor, that's all my questions with respect to the facility itself. I do have some questions about MR, but I'll save those and we can come back to those in a bit.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll move to Councillor Hughes now, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a few, so I know this is also coming up again next week potentially, so we could be reliving this. But one of the questions I have is, so the MR, we're taking off I realize that if we take off the MR, it's not binding us to anything. But could we still put out the request for proposals without removing the MR?
Short answer is yes. We could, if the MR was not removed. It would have to be done at a future date.
Right.
You know, and right now it's actually the motion is driving the timeline.
Right. I mean, you're just following direction at this point. I'm not blaming staff or Mr. Fletcher for doing what you're doing. There was a motion, it passed. You're doing what's supposed to be done. Because what I'm wondering, because really what I'm hearing is there's a lot of fear. And because there's great situations and then there's also horrible situations. And it really just depends on what the facility is and who's managing it, right? And so I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity, because you're hearing this, I'm hearing we could actually put out the RFP, have an idea of who we would be recommending how to move forward, and then come back and say, after the community understands and sees what the success rate or lack thereof, hopefully a strong success rate was to come out of it, do the public engagement and then change the MR. I feel like right now, the challenge we have right now is that people are concerned, and I would be too. It's like, I don't know what I'm getting. And so there's a huge level of unknown, uncertainty, of fear. So what I'm hearing is that there is an opportunity, even if it comes back next week, we could say no to the MR, still proceed forward and just under consideration. And then if there is something that comes back satisfactory, then we can come back and revisit it. That's correct, right? Okay, that's helpful. The other question I had is, so do we, and I realize it depends on the builder, but is the intention right now for the city to build it, or is the intention for them to come back and they find the funding to build it?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hughes, no, the intention is not for the city to build this.
Okay.
There was a few years ago a capital charter for transitional housing. At that time, through some of the feasibility work that we did, we recognized there was no appetite for the city to either be the operator or the owner of a transitional housing facility.
Okay. because the one thing is if the city owns it, let's say we did put out that capital to build or renovate a home. Now we actually do have control over if the operator, for whatever reason, has issues, we could pull back that contract. So I understand the need for the build. Is there going to be an intention of putting in the RFP an option to lease it out? Like, I guess you're asking for RFP recommendations, Mr. Fletcher, and I'm like, is that an option that we could say you can do a build or you could do a lease with, and we would build it, and then we'd also be able to change operators if there was an issue?
I defer to the team on this. I don't think that's something that we'd really discuss just based on the capital costs and then sort of the competing demands. So that's a bit of a new piece. We'd have to discuss about how that could potentially be factored into an RFP.
Okay, because I realize that you're saying that the cost to build might be ideal, but I also know that most of the emergency shelters, like including for domestic violence, they are homes that have been renovated. They are not standalone buildings that they built that were exclusively obvious. So the capital cost of 8 million, I just don't see how we could take a large home and renovate it and it would cost us 8 million. So just a thought on that, that maybe that might be something we may want to consider. The other things, assuming at this point they are, until the council says there's no RFP going forward, I think there's an intention to at least look at the RFP. Other things that I'd like to see is just what are the success rates of the operators, both positive and negative, like the learning experiences, et cetera. The success rate of after they move in, like how many do they actually have to kick out? But at the same time, or, have them leave. One of the concerns I think that people have is that I realize that there's like a no drug alcohol policy and all this sort of thing, but how many times can they break the rules before they actually do get removed? Because there's a concern about, I guess we call like a bleeding heart consideration, where it's like, well, we'll just kind of turn a blind eye, and then it's like, how many times are we turning a blind eye, and then the standards that aren't really maintained. So I guess that's like, how strict are they following those rules is one of the things I think people would want to know. The other thing would be just that how successful are they at getting external funding, the consistency of being able to do that and where their sources are would be another thing, just to determine how likely it is that they would have to turn to the city to continue to operate that. Yeah, and then specifically, what are they looking at from us is what we're looking for on that. The other thing I think we need to know is just what are their rules? Specifically, what are they maintaining to ensure that there is transition and comfort with the community? So I think from looking from that, that's definitely something that we would be looking at. But specifically when it comes to just giving us the land and letting him build it out, we lose control. And I think that that's one of the concerns I think that Councillor Portash has echoed is, what if something goes south at any time? What are our consequences to come back and regain control? And if it is an opportunity to do something with the leasing, even if it did cost us upfront, it would actually be almost an investment in reducing risk. That's all the questions I have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hughes. I think before we get into the details of an operating model of what this is going to look like, I think we have to decide fundamentally if we're ready to move forward with an RFP. The MR designation, to me, I mean, in my opinion, is independent. Sure, it's required to move forward with a youth transitional housing, but I think council needs to decide if we are ready to move forward with an RFP because this is a direction we want to go. And frankly, I don't know if we've had enough time to consult or engage with the community to understand if this is, never mind the location, but if this is a location, wherever it's selected, is what we want to move forward with. And the initiative was put forward by myself to find a way to do something with the land, not necessarily pigeonhole us into a decision with youth transitional housing. Nobody here has argued that it is not important. I just don't think we've had enough time to engage with the community, and it's evident that those that have spoken today are not representative of the whole community, but there are some concerns around this location under question. And being that the MR designation removal is independent of this, it is whether or not we believe we've had enough time to determine if this is the right place to have that. And we can get into the details of the operating model and the rules around them when we have somebody to talk to about that. And I don't know what was put in the last RFP when it came into that detail, but I think it's also evident if we decide to go down this road with the youth transitional housing RFP, we need to be very involved in that RFP process and building that out. So we do understand all of that's going into it to ensure it's going to meet the needs of the community, and not just turn land over and, essentially hope for the best. So I'll move it to Councillor Clark for your comments or questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and Councillor Hughes has asked a number of the questions that I already had. But I'm a little concerned that we seem to have focused on this one particular piece of property. And in my own research, I've seen that the smaller facilities, the homes that are restored to accommodate, actually are more successful and actually provide these kids with a more solid support system rather than feeling like they are walking into an institutionalized building. So from that perspective, I would like the RFP to actually embrace the potential for an individual home. And I think that that gives us the opportunity to see success or failure on a smaller scale before we actually build a larger building or donate land to build a larger building that ultimately has significant more impact to, and secondly, I appreciate your clarification on the youth that are going to walk through the door of whatever type of facility if we choose to go ahead. It's quite obvious that these are youth that didn't anticipate being in this situation. And I can only imagine at 14 or 15 being overwhelmed, not understanding where they can go and who they can see and what supports might be available to them. They're the kid that helped me 2 weeks ago shovel snow off my driveway. They are the child that babysat my grandson. We don't know what goes on behind closed doors. And I think as a community, we really have to embrace that these are our residents, and through no fault of their own, they are ultimately seeking our assistance. They don't even know they need our assistance at this point in time. So I commend you for all of that. I'd just like to look at a smaller footprint, because if I'm understanding we've got a cost of a building which is going to far exceed the renovations necessary to have a smaller home. That's all my comments.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you have any feedback to that, or I can move it to Councillor Mackay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just picking up on some of your comments that you had, and I think that goes to some of my earlier comments. This is informal. We can just chat and talk. We're not in debate. We're talking about an important issue, but I guess my comments is right now is like we've been having these discussions since 2018, and it comes out of a homelessness task force that I was a member on, and we identified that this was a gap in our community, and it seems from the presentation that we received a couple of weeks ago, and then again this today, that this remains a missing gap in our, and I think it was recognized by the presentations that that they recognize that there's a youth transition or a youth component in our community that is lacking support and services right now, and are facing situations that put them into situations where they find themselves walking the streets or using our parks or sitting in or working with families that they know. And matter of fact, we have several examples of that even on council here. So and for the purposes of the community, I want to know, like, I think before we get into all the details, and I think that's what we're trying to identify, I think, is this something that we need to go forward with? And I guess and this is unintended consequences from the June 10th meeting. We were a little too prescriptive, and I take your point, Jeremiah. We were too prescriptive in the sense of doing that. But if you go back and watch that whole meeting, you'll identify where that comes from. And it was coming after a presentation from a Covenant House in Vancouver and others that were trying to identify some of the barriers that we were facing. And so I think council at the time chose to go that direction to keep the momentum moving. So, but saying that, we've maybe, you know, limited our opportunities because we focus on one location. And I want to have assurances coming out of today that we need to move forward and find and identify what our challenges are and how best to meet those without being prescriptive of where that is. And then, and do it so that our community is engaged, our agencies are engaged, and potentially then we'll know what best meets the needs of our community. So how we get there, I think, is very important. There's a lot of great work going on, and there's, as we've seen, initially when we were talking about this back in 2018 and early in presentations, I think the number of individuals that we were identifying was in the 6 to 12 range. Now we're looking at massively increased numbers. And I mean, there's a lot of things that happen, pandemic, the issues that are going on in the region and the world. So, I mean, I just want to make sure that assurances that we've identified an issue and a need. We need to continue to move forward in how to best identify, how do we meet that need without being prescriptive at this particular moment. So I just want to make those observations and those comments so that coming out of this, we have a way forward for administration. Because right now, they're just acting on the motion from June 10th. And it was a little prescriptive. And if I would have had a forward lens, I probably should have identified that earlier. And I can't remember all the discussions. I did go back and look at the meeting. But the intent wasn't to specifically identify it. It was to keep the motion going forward, keep the momentum moving forward, because it had really sat for a while. And I don't want to continue to keep letting it sit because we're going to keep seeing this problem escalate. We see it right now in our community. We had a presentation earlier where we've seen, I've personally come across homeless when I've been down in Lions Park too. And I recognize from my background some of the challenges. You know, it's interesting, even in the presentation I was noting, Fort McMurray, Grand Prairie, Red Deer, they're actually regional hubs. They're regional hubs that attract in people that come in for services. And it would be really interesting to see if they're not experiencing that problems, because what's happening, and I know this for a fact, we are seeing our kids go into Edmonton to access services, or worse, get drawn into a lifestyle that is very unhealthy and very dangerous and very difficult to recover from. So I don't want to see that with our youth. I want to find a home or a solution that keeps our youth in St. Albert, alleviates the fear that we're attracting youth into our community that are looking for services and support. That might happen. We know our food bank provides support for a lot of individuals living outside of our region. It's possible, but again, those are parameters and details that we can work on once we decide what we're looking for. So I guess what I'm just trying to make sure, no question to administration, is make sure the council, are we moving forward, but without being so prescriptive, that we give some assurances to the communities and the residents that are presented that we're not going to specifically target their idea without a whole bunch of consultation and engagement.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. And to be clear, I think, do we need to remove the MR designation for this land? Yes. Do I believe that, and at least debate it, do I believe that we need to address youth homelessness in our community? Absolutely. I think that's an obligation we have by sitting at this desk. Am I convinced that this is the location we need to do it? And I am not, because I think we were somewhat led into this path because it had been identified by previous council with all the right intentions. I just don't believe we've done the due diligence to find the right place and engage the right stakeholders that would be involved in this until we can understand that, then you can find where the best suited place is. I echo a lot of comments you make. Thank you very much. I'll move it to Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. Another question that's come up after listening here is the youth hub, the focus on a youth hub being close to a facility of this type or being within the facility of this type. The youth hub is the direction that 13-year-old would go right now to get information and to be moved to a place that was safe or a foster home situation. And that would be the same thing, even if you had the transitional center, it would be that age, say it's 13, would not stay at that facility. It would be the youth hub data and information and service that's provided to them that's more important. And when it was mentioned to you that if they don't follow the rules in this facility, you know, they're drinking, they're not going to school, they're doing drugs. That's the reason a lot of these kids are out of their homes in the first place. So if they're in the youth facility and they're told they can't stay here, well, then you haven't fixed the problem. They just have different rules from a different initial home. So where does that youth hub fit into it? Like the connection of where they really get help, even if they don't follow the rules?
Thank you for that question. It's a great question, and a youth hub would be as much of those things to all youth in St. Albert as possible. Not just tied to, like you said, if you're a young person in a facility staying in youth transitional housing. The other thing I'd like to say, just based on your comment and question, is you're never going to be all things to all people. And I guess my other part to that is prevention is the key to success. We already know that. So the earlier that we can get to our young people, the better chance we have of a positive outcome. So you still are going to you're still going to have those young people who are engaging in risky behaviors, absolutely. And does there have to be rules tied to a space like that? Absolutely, because the whole point of transitional housing is to prepare them, get them ready so that they can go into adult housing and be successful. If they're dealing or trying to manage drug and alcohol addictions or mental health, we'll continue to get them connected to those supports as we do right now with all young people and adults. So being tied to this housing, you would still get the support whether you're tied to this housing or not. We would still try our very best and do our best to connect them to get the resources they need, to get the help that they need. And as we had said in the presentation, of course, there has to be rules, there have to be safety precautions in any facility that's supporting young people. And so it would be no different than as we had also heard that it would be in a home that you would have the same rules and obligations that you expect young people to follow. And again, the supports would be there to help them, hopefully with positive outcomes for long-term success.
Okay, and my last question, FCSS, where it's located, would essentially be that hub? Or where are you imagining the hub location would be, within the facility or near?
Yeah,
or dependent?
Yeah, that's a good question. So it could be a facility, a hub that's located within transitional housing, which is a success model that we're already seeing in Grand Prairie. We're also seeing success models of youth hubs just within a community where it's very accessible for young people. So an example I'm just pulling out of my head would be the St. Albert Center Mall, having a hub there, just because it's already a hub of the community with transportation. So it could be anywhere. There's no defined space, but there's success in having them embedded in transitional housing.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hughes.
Just a couple more. So it was relating to the RFP process. So I just want to make clarity. Typically, after this goes forward, the decision about who to choose for the RFP process is done. Procurement goes through it. They may bring people from staff. There's a very thorough rating scale based on criteria, and then they come forward a recommendation. Council's not involved, right? We are only involved in land changement, like designation of land, but we are not involved in the RFP process, correct?
That's correct. I think in this instance, sort of opening it up for your guidance to
Yep.
ensure the RFP is asking the right questions or addressing the right issues. But you're correct in terms of the assessment of the RFP. That is done administratively.
Okay, and that's why I'm giving you the feedback today, because I believe this is our opportunity. If it's going to RFP, if there's something that we want to make sure, not that you aren't already putting it in, but just to make sure it doesn't get forgotten, so we don't criticize it after the fact. That was the intention of today. So the other thing I would love to have looked at is just how they're handling security, both from external and internal. So do they have locks on doors? Is there a bypass in the locks on the doors? And also just are external people being allowed in? So can they have their friends over? And to what extent, so to speak? And then, of course, with, we're assuming there's no additional overnight guests, but in some cases, you've got a 20-year-old. So are we also saying no overnight guests, even though they're over 18 or not? So I guess who's allowed in, out beyond just the actual people would also be an interest. If they're intending to do this as an additional service to the hub, then the question then is how do we separate that from the security of the tenants to make sure that both are being preserved? I think those were the additional things. I think that if this does move forward, and again, I think that the challenge we're facing right now is that we've picked a piece of land without knowing what we're exactly what we're putting in there. And it's the unknowns that I think is what's causing a lot of the problems that we're facing today and this month in general regarding this topic, is that this may not be the right location. It may be we need to put something else somewhere else, maybe a completely different facility. But we are currently moving in this one direction and nobody really knows what we're getting. And so that's where I'm thinking that the RFP actually needs to preclude this and put the cart and the horse, whatever direction it is right now, we need to kind of look at it differently into how we'd be exploring this model. Okay, that's all I have right now.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to pick up on Councillor Mackay's comments. Yeah, it feels very formal in this room. I forgot we're committee of the whole. This is should be more of a discussion, I guess, right? So, yeah, I mean, I'd like to see us move forward as well. It's been a little bit frustrating not knowing how to answer questions and not knowing how to answer the public. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that there's some frustration around public engagement and whether there hasn't been enough. But then I said, well, where are we in the process? Maybe we're not we're kind of not there yet. We don't have an operator. What can we consult on if we don't have an operator? All that kind of stuff. But it's also not, I can't in good conscience say we're at the beginning of the process, because we're not at the beginning of the process. This was started 8 years ago in the mayor's task force on homelessness. So we're not at the beginning of the process. We're not at the end of the process. We're somewhere in the mushy middle here where we still need to do a degree, I'd say a fair amount of engagement. We don't know what the facility is going to look, all those kinds of things. So all good points have been made. I think what's not disputable is the fact that this kind of facility is needed in our community. And I do think we need to be moving forward. You know, I've full disclosure, I mean, I teach high school. I've taught these students that would benefit from this kind of facility. I had the opportunity to speak with the executive director of the Grand Prairie facility yesterday, and it gave me goosebumps listening to her describe the kind of services that they're providing youth in their community and the transformative experience that it's had. And so very clearly need this facility, and I'd like to see us keep moving forward. But what does that look like? And so I guess I'll offer, I guess, my suggestions for, I guess, RFP and what comes back. I think for me, one of the most important pieces is that there needs to, whether it's the scoring rubric in the RFP or whatnot, there needs to be a large degree of community engagement. There needs to be, I mean, that's it. There needs to be a large degree of community engagement in what a potential operator, how they're going to engage with the community, how they're going to engage with neighbors, how they're going to engage with support organizations, with law enforcement, with the whole community. What that looks like needs to be, I think, a critical component of the request for proposal process. I think there's, and I don't know if this, I think there's some education that needs to occur. And I think this was really informative today. I think based on some of the comments we've received from the public, there's a very different picture of what this facility could look like than the picture that's been painted for us today, and what I understand is happening in some of these other communities, Grand Prairie and Fort McMurray and Red Deer and whatnot. And so So that, I guess that comes as part of the community engagement piece from a potential operator in terms of discussing that, informing, educating, engaging, consulting with neighbors. To Councillor McKay's point about being, not being prescriptive, yeah, and Councillor Clark's point as well. I mean, the operator may come back and ask for a donation of this particular property. They may have options with respect to a house in a residential area. I'm not sure what that looks like in terms of the RFP process, but I think at this stage, there's no need to be prescriptive in terms of the piece of property, but I think there is a need to continue down the process and go through the RFP and get an operator on board so that we can get more clarity in terms of what it is that we're proposing and move this project forward, because it'll be so valuable for our community. So, yeah, I guess, Mr. Mayor, I still have a couple questions about the MR, and I don't know really what's appropriate to ask at this stage, because we've got a public hearing next week, but public hearing is not changing. It's been advertised. We have to do the public hearing. Maybe I can ask administration, why is that coming next week? Like, is it because of the June 10th motion? Is it, we don't have a proposal on the table to build anything or do anything or to donate the land? And so why now instead of waiting until there's a proposal in front of us?
Yeah, I'll offer two comments and the team can certainly jump in. So yes, it is in good part based on the direction that was provided to administration from that motion, right? We're going to follow it. The second piece is, again, there's a bit of a chicken and egg discussion here, but the MR removal, regardless of what you disperse that land for or ultimately determine to use that land for, the MR removal is required. And so you're going to be dealing with it one way or another, right? You can deal with it now or I guess deal with it later.
Unless it's a park, unless council,
Right. In fairness, that's correct. But I would say, again, council is a continuing body. The previous council, there was absolutely zero discussion of a park on that site.
Okay. Thank you. And so so there's no option at this stage. We can't defer that decision next week. If someone was of the mind to do something like that, what does that look like? Do you have the public hearing next week and then defer that, do a first reading and then defer a decision? I don't know.
So agenda planning can move the public hearing as you see fit. Understanding that this council would have to acknowledge then that we are no longer bound by the words of that motion because you're making a decision to move it, right? So the public hearing can be moved, yes.
And that has to be done at a council meeting, not committee of the whole, or sorry, agenda planning can do that.
Please, Ms. Caulfield, jump in if there's a.
That's right. So the procedure bylaw stipulates that agenda planning can move the deadline of a motion as long as the motion did not arise from a counselor's notice of motion. If that's the case, then that counselor specifically would be contacted to see if they're okay with it. This one specifically, it was an administrative-led agenda report, so there was not a notice of motion from council. So it's okay for agenda planning to just move the date of the public hearing as appropriate. I do believe, technically speaking, we don't have an agenda planning meeting this week, so it would be a matter of doing this secretarially via email in lieu of agenda planning, but it does not require a council motion to move the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. And so this is going to influence where I go with the next question. So there's no redistricting. This is removal of MR. There's no redistricting. It would remain is it PPI or PPS? PPI. So it would remain PPI if the MR is removed, and is a youth transitional housing facility an approved use in PPI? It is. So it would not. So should that happen on the 17th, it would not require a redistricting when a proponent comes forward. Okay. So given that, and I don't know how the rest of council feels, but I feel like the removal of MR is premature and is causing a degree of confusion in the community. Given the June 10th decision, also there's no decision, there's no proposal on the table from an operator for a transitional facility. There's no proposal to sell the land from council. There's no urgency for that. And so I think it's just sort of creating some confusion. And so I'd be open or willing to put off the removal of MR until we have an actual, until there's a plan for the site or until there's a proposal. So That'd be my suggestion. I don't know. I'd look for it, see what others think.
And maybe I could just offer again, I think, you know, in fairness, got some staff discussion here. The talk about discharging the MR land actually predates that motion, right? And so there was talk about disposing or sorry, discharging is the proper term. I don't want to get the planners mad at me, but discharging the municipal reserve predates that motion. All right. The motion then drove the timeline, right? And so the end of the day, you know, previous direction was to discharge the MR so the land could be disposed of in some form or another, developed, leased, or sold at the end of the day. And so, you know, the planning team does need that to look at the, you know, the ongoing sort of planning components of it. But I just wanted to highlight that component, right? This predates it. It's now the timeline in that statement of intent is absolutely stemmed from, you know, the last council motion though.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think that definitely not presupposing anything during the public hearing and we'll, you know, keeping an open mind. It may, you know, maybe there's a desire to have it remain parkland and remain municipal reserve. That's not, I don't think that, not what I envision for the site personally at this moment. Like I said, keeping an open mind. And so I understand the removal of MR will be required, but I think it's just muddied the waters here. The fact that we've got a feasibility report that's recommending this site. We've got, you know, the motion from June 10th. And so it's just unfortunate timing really, or unfortunate that the two are sort of being conflated. So yeah, again, just look to see what others think, but I don't think there's any urgency to do the 17th.
So I'm just going to interject here real quick because I don't know where we are for lunch, but I think we're probably all due for a bit of a break. I would just offer that unless we want to get into a discussion about that, I would still like to move forward on the 17th with the MR public hearing and the removal of the designation, being that one, it triggers a bit of a clock or some action to move forward with investigating youth transitional housing regardless in the city, but also at the same time opens up the opportunity for us to evaluate other options for this site outside of youth transitional housing. So I would respectfully say I would like to keep it and concurrently go down the road with an RFP. Now the RFP as well can come back and we can ask for it to be refined and we can get more detail. Like, I don't know how detailed we're going to get in it and what we need to give for feedback if we're going to get all of that today. But once it comes back, we can always, for that moves forward, ask for additional information from those who come forward with a proposal. So I would call, I guess, if you know where we are on a break.
They're on their way down.
They're on their way down. Okay, so we'll maybe just break for lunch now for 45 minutes and come back, huh? Is it, are you guys quick? Okay, I'll move it to Amanda until they get down here.
Thank you. I actually am just hoping for a little bit of clarification on a couple things. So I feel like we have two separate issues here. Like one is like, we need to remove the MR on a piece of land that is sitting vacant. That's all by itself. And then second one, we want youth transitional housing. So I'm just going to separate both of those. So going to the land, removing the MR, when we sell a piece of land, do we always have an RFP for that land?
Yes, council are the only folks who can make a determination on selling land and provide me direction on how to do that. Go ahead, Marta.
There is some direction provided in council policy related to CAO authority to buy and sell land as long as it's under a certain value. So I'm not actually well versed in the value of this land, but it's potentially possible that it could be sold under that council policy. That's the direction already given by council. And I think that was the question there. So I'll stop talking.
Yeah, so
What?
you know, when we're selling land, yes, at the end of the day, right, we're seeking buyers, right? Unless the land is being sort of targeted for a specific use, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And when we seek that buyer, do we always know what they propose to put on that land? Like if they wanted to put a youth transitional house, if they want to put an apartment or a condo house, do we always know ahead of time?
Yeah, Mr. Slatt, feel free to jump in, but that's that's the zoning, right? That's the land use designation would determine what is possible to use on that land. So please go ahead.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe I can speak to the land transaction policy. So the disposition guidelines state that the city may dispose of land pursuant to a written strategy based on connection to municipal purposes and support for council-approved programs, projects, or policies, and at the highest possible negotiated price and greatest economic advantage to the city, and at a point in time in the chief administrative officer's discretion that considers optimal current market conditions and subject to council approval. So that's basically the gist of it. Council needs to be aware of what the intended use of the sale of land is.
And can that intended use ever change? Does that ever change after they purchase? Like we sell a piece of land, maybe they decided, okay, you know what, we don't want to put this here, we want to put something else.
So I guess, I mean, you can write a sale agreement however you want to do it, and then it's up to the buyer whether they want to agree to those terms and conditions or not. But typically, you know, what we always tell people is once you sell a piece of property, you don't typically have a lot of say about what goes on unless somebody agrees to some clause.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, I don't remember who mentioned it earlier, but somebody had mentioned, you know, if we get like a proponent in regarding youth transitional and we think this is potentially the site we want to put it on, what kind of engagement would they have to have with the community? And as far as I understand, when we were discussing 13 Mission, a separate item, we spoke that there is no engagement that they have to do with the community. Like in that instance, they didn't have to engage with an Indigenous community for whatever they want to put. So in this instance, would they have to engage with the community if they want to put a youth transitional house there?
So I'll try to touch on that again. And I know Miss Peter is also online, but basically those two are different scenarios. So the 13 Mission is a sale of property. So there's no requirement for engagement for the sale of property prior to a change of use. The discussion is a requirement that for 13 Mission, prior to that change of use, land use districting, there will be both a public meeting requirement and then the public hearing requirement. So this case, we're talking about, you know, now if we sell the land, again, there's not a requirement for us to engage prior to sale of land. It's only if you change use or if change the, I guess, the slate of allowed uses that you're enabling. So in this case, because PPI technically enables youth transitional housing, then there would not be necessarily a requirement.
Okay. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark?
Just one question through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm in support of proceeding with the public hearing next week, realizing that council still has control over whether or not we proceed with the youth transitional housing, anything else. If we get the RFP, which I would support going forward so that it gives us a clear understanding of the operators out there and what would be available and what would be perceived to be a good fit for our community. Once we got that back, could we then ask for, because the land use allows it, could we then ask for, as a provision for going forward, more detailed community engagement so that we can actually hear from the community about what we ultimately are looking to pursue? Is that an option?
Thank you for that question. Those are the kinds of things that we would embed in the RFP to ensure that's included. Absolutely.
Thank you. And I think that gives everyone in the gallery and everyone that feels that they may be affected some comfort and gives us the opportunity to move forward with our public hearing next week without any of the individuals in the gallery believing that we're ultimately going to build something there without their approval. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, I will call for a lunch break. We will reconvene here at 12:45. Counselor Hughes is on her way back, but she said we could start. She might be a couple minutes late. So we will move back into session here. Bright spot, 3 geese outside, so maybe they know something that we don't. That Terry, the older gentleman that works upstairs with Delnor, said 3 geese outside he saw this morning, so they're coming back. Yeah, so they know something we don't know. Anyways, you know what? Those are in captivity now. Yeah, that's next week's item. So before we move forward, is there any last minute arising questions regarding the next steps for the RFP? I think maybe we could just, decide what our next steps are, as well as, voice our, concern or lack of concern regarding the removal of the MR designation next week, and if we want to continue that. So, I will open it up to council where we want to start. And I'll start picking people if nobody wants to volunteer.
No, I can start.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's obvious from the comments that we received, even from the presentations, that nobody is against the idea of having a facility for youth. It's what does it look like? What is some of the parameters that we've talked about in the RFP? And so I want to make sure that we've continued to move forward with investigating, creating a youth transition, a youth hub, whatever in our community, because it's clearly obvious to me that, clearly obvious, is that a double? It's obvious to me that we need this in our community. But I really want to know how we get forward and how we provide direction to administration that is not too prescriptive in relation to what is in the RFP and that process. And I really don't have a comment on the MR discussion, because I think we need to go forward with it, and it's a public hearing, and I don't want to muddy the waters on that.
Thank you very much. I would say my comments for the RFP would just be to delineate ourselves from a site specific and just look for who would be interested, what their involvement would look like, the requirements that they would need to come into St. Albert. And then once we've gotten comfortable with that, we can look at potential locations.
Just in relation to the RFP that we did, sorry, Mr. Fletcher, can I ask a question in relation to the RFP that we did in relation when we identified 9 operators initially? Can you refresh my memory on that one?
Yeah, that was the RFI. I'll turn it over to the team here. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. We did a request for interest just to see if there was interest at the time for anybody to coming forward for operating such a facility. We had 9 interested operators, 2 submissions, 7 who had some difficulties with the procurement process. So moving forward, we've spoke with procurement and could offer a workshop, a 101 on how to navigate that system so that people would have better luck putting through an RFP when we went out next time.
Within the RFI, we asked them for their experience, the size and scale of operating model that they would be looking at pursuing or would be most familiar with, a little bit about their relationship with the community and awareness around some of the social needs that we currently see within our community. And we also asked them what they would need in order to pursue transitional housing, with the consistent answer was land or capital funds.
So building off of that RFI, we could easily build an RFP out of that and some of the questions, and then some of the comments that I think I saw administration kind of gathering from our earlier discussion. Is that correct? Am I safe to say that?
Yeah, I'll just jump in real quick. Yes, right. And so there's kind of 2 components. There's sort of the site or the capital component of it, and then there's the operating component of it. I think the operating component of it is quite clear. We'll provide if our opportunity to influence that process. We've got a bunch of notes from today. You know, and then the second piece is, I'm sure we can find language, right, to provide, I guess, some optionality for folks. The costing will be way less precise, right? If you're not talking about a site, in fairness, that's sort of chicken and egg discussion on that front, but we can absolutely delink it. Understanding that there'll be a less precise cost estimates likely based on that, right?
Okay, yeah, I think, and this is my read of earlier discussions is I don't think that we want to be identify a particular patch of land or our involvement in it directly. So, I mean, I guess that would have to be factored into anything unless I've taken that on my own.
I defer. That's certainly what we've heard. I would say that mirrors our interpretation of the debate, right? Or the debates, right? The discussion, understanding we're in standing committee. And so we will not, the RFP will not say, what does it cost to do it on this site specifically? It will, provide, again, that sort of increased optionality, understanding it'll be a less precise result because of it.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, there's yeah, I get your point. So I don't need to belabor it. Thanks.
Councillor Patrick?
Never know if I should just jump right in or have to wait for you to say, yeah. I just wanted to say, I am in support of going ahead next week with the public hearing. I think that we kind of communicated in a good way today that it is essentially two separate issues, and regardless, we have to remove the MR on this piece of land eventually. So I feel like the public hearing information has already gone out. And I think we even had people here today saying they wanted to come back and speak next week. So just wanted to say that I'm in favor of going ahead. I think I would rather just do it now than postpone it till later.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bermansky, do you have anything to add?
I'm not sure on the land designation. Do we have to change it yet? I don't know. Depends on what will come forward to us and what designation that would provide. Municipal reserve, it could stay that way for some time. So on that one, I'm undecided. I'll have to listen to debate at the next meeting kind of thing if everyone's going forward that way. With the youth transitional, the RFI, I guess you call it, or RFP, depending on which direction it goes. I think that there's interest from other groups, Kickstart, different groups that you could focus on Youth Hub as well. So I'd like to have that information provided in the people that may want to do a hub rather than a location or the housing, but
yeah, thank you, Councillor.
Yeah.
I just jump in on that. I think we need to be careful we don't turn the RFP into something so broad as to be
Right.
useless. And so understanding that a hub could absolutely be linked
right.
from youth transitional housing. I know there's work ongoing on that particular front as well, that probably shouldn't talk about right now, right, based on where it sits. But I acknowledge your point. I think we just need to be very careful that the RFP just doesn't become too broad as to be, we need to be able to compare it, right, and figure out what the best option is. We have to be careful.
And I was hearing small enough to be successful is what kind of entered my mind throughout the whole conversation, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's, safe, secure, meets the outcome, sustainable, right? All those items for sure. Yeah.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, do you have anything to add?
I don't have anything to add other than what I said right before the break. Yeah, I think we need to see options, not specific to this piece of property, to be able to understand our options before we go ahead. And I think that the public hearing is separate and apart, and we go ahead with that and make a decision regardless of how we choose to go ahead with the transitional housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kortash?
Sounds like there's some direction on the proceeding next week, so that's fine. With respect to the RFP, need to move forward, I guess. I heard Councillor Mackay. So you said move forward, but then you also said continue to investigate. And I'm going like, oh no, not investigate. Like we need to move. Yeah. Right. I know. So yeah, just need to move forward. My concern was that, I don't know if it's a concern, but by not removing the land, shouldn't be prescriptive. My concern was that it'd be too broad. And so, but if admin's confident that we can move forward and have operators express interest without specifically choosing a piece of land, then I'm comfortable with that. And I think that might provide some flexibility in terms of what the operators come forward with, or, maybe they come forward and present a few different options. If we're able to evaluate RFPs with it being open-ended like that, then by all means, let's keep going.
Thank you very much. Just one last question, Mr. Fletcher. If we were to, in the event that the MR designation gets removed and council would vote whether it be a donation or a land sale, could we caveat that to ensure that there is public engagement with what that development would look like in the event it was sold or donated, so that it's not they've bought it or they've been given it, and now we have no way to kind of control what that would be, what that's going to look like?
So, again, I think that comes down to, the agreement or the sale agreement, right? And so, yeah, we could absolutely put that in there for a sale agreement. Purchaser doesn't have to agree to it. They can just not buy the land, right? I mean, so there's that ongoing negotiation piece, probably a little more prescriptive in terms of the donation, but yes, we could talk about that.
Thank you.
I just had one quick comment. With regards to the RFP, if we remove like the land part, can we still maybe keep it optional to that they could present, like if they wanted to give us their presentation or give you their presentation, but then also say specific to this land, this is what we could do, just because that land was identified as a potential. And I think that that doesn't mean that we're going to go ahead with it or approve it necessarily, but I do think it was identified as a potential good site. So I do think we should still have that if they wanted to. Does that make sense?
No, I understand what you're saying. I would respectfully say we need to go back and do some orientation, right, on this and try and figure it out, kind of how you do that. The question to a potential operator, what do you need from the city, right? The answer could be land, could be, I don't know. Again, I think that the opening it up again, it will be a less precise capital estimate, right? Like it'll just be more open-ended. So my answer is maybe. Councillor, we'll have to talk and figure out what that looks like.
Thank you very much. Do we, just off the top of your head, do you know what the land market value of that land is at this time?
Didn't the backgrounder say 541?
I think it's a little over $500,000 when you factor in the setbacks and the public utility.
Seems low, but.
Well, so it's a much smaller plot than it looks like on the map because of all the setbacks. So the net developable area, I believe, is about just north of $500,000.
And it's 0.41, is that what it is? 0.41 acres? Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other comments, so we can.
Oliveri land titles can buy it.
Yeah, I'll pull that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Okay, we are gonna move ever so slowly forward here to 6.2 regarding the construction debris, but I will first invite Mr. and forgive me, Bolkowai? Close enough. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. To come and speak. Thank you for your patience. I know this has been riveting and entertaining, so we'll have that. You'll have 5 minutes. At 30 seconds, you'll hear a bell just as a warning, and then council may have some additional questions or comments for you. And then we'll turn it over to administration. So whenever you're ready.
So I just need to get in the Zoom room and then I'll share my screen to, for you guys to be able to see the presentation. I think I'm good. Yeah, getting there slowly. Thank you. Okay, so you can all see that. I have some paperwork if I'll pull for the counselors. Right. Okay, cool. I'm ready. Good afternoon, council, and thank you. My name is Brett Bulkaway, and while I'm on the Environmental Advisory Committee, I'm here today as a private citizen. Oops. Most of you are new, so I wanted to explain what brought me to council in the fall and what has happened since then. This started about 10 months ago at a time when I have to admit I was blissfully unaware of what was or was not in the community standards bylaw. It started in early May of 2025 when I was riding my bike near the Sturgeon River on the way to the White Spruce Forest. I came across a pond with a shoreline full of construction garbage. It was next to a row of new houses under construction in Riverside. This scene didn't seem at all consistent with our community, the Botanical Art City. It was a similar story playing out when I got to the White Spruce Forest on my bike. After I contacted the city about it, I reasoned that someone with some authority would tell the developer or builder to do a cleanup and ask them to make sure that it did not happen again. And that would sort of be the end of the issue at this particular location. That was not how it played out. After my several attempts to request the builder or developer to address the problem, this resulted in an email from the developer to me and to council saying that they had done what they were prepared to do. But unfortunately, there was still a pond full of garbage. I continued to pursue this with multiple city departments, and I kept hearing basically the same thing. City staff did not have the authority to keep it from happening. That got me wondering what things look like elsewhere in St. Albert. I soon realized that a similar sort of story was playing out in Erin Ridge and Nouveau as well. Construction garbage was ending up embedded in our forests, parks, ponds, wetlands across the city. So I started to be curious about what other cities do to prevent this. And it turns out there are many things that other municipalities in the region do to prevent this kind of problem. The good news is that the solution is not difficult, doesn't require new technology or anything revolutionary. These are basic waste management practices. It does require some diligence on the part of the developers and builders and the right tools for the city to manage the problem. For developers and builders who already keep a clean and tidy site, new rules mean nothing much will change. Those who will be affected are the ones who currently allow waste to blow around unchecked. Stronger rules simply create a level playing field. People are willing to pay a premium to move or to live in St. Albert because of its clean and green natural areas. It's important that we maintain that reputation. Signature places like the White Spruce Forest, a municipal historic resource, or Coal Mine Park's Pollinator Garden are part of the identity of this city. They are places we have invested time, money, and a lot of effort into protecting and showcasing. And they are degraded when they become strewn with construction garbage. Taxpayers who move to the Botanical Art City are reasonable in expecting clean and tidy green spaces. They are also reasonable, I think, in expecting not to foot the bill to have city staff clean up a mess created by developers and builders. This is not just an aesthetic issue. This waste is also harmful to wildlife. Birds pull pieces of fiberglass insulation into their nests. and plastic and other debris ends up clogging wetlands and ponds. Unfortunately, many developers and builders have not taken it upon themselves to keep their sites and surrounding areas clean as part of normal operations. Despite resident complaints, direction from city engineering, repeated contact from municipal enforcement, as well as council attention, the situation over the last year has largely remained the same. While voluntary compliance would be wonderful and would obviously be the simplest solution, the last year has shown clearly that it does not work. I've reviewed the agenda material and I appreciate the work that city staff have put in. The last 10 months, in my opinion, suggest that stronger measures need to be implemented now, not later or in a phased approach. This is our opportunity to address the problem once and for all. We need strong rules and a bylaw that stands the test of time. In closing, I'd say, let's get this right now and for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brett, for the presentation. I would invite anybody from council if you have any questions or comments. Councillor Hughes?
Hi, thanks for coming, Brett. I've had quite a day. So forgive me if I missed it. So you have mentioned to the city that there's been issues. Did you mention, has any of it been cleaned up that after you have brought it to our attention? Because I know you came in September, but since then, has anything been cleaned up?
I think the scenario at the Riverside wetland was largely the same throughout the fall, and a lot of the garbage froze into the ponds over the winter, that kind of thing.
So the garbage that you mentioned 6 months ago is still there?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you for bringing this to our attention a second time. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think there's any other questions. I'd invite you to stay if you would like to hear the presentation from administration based on our request. And thank you very much for taking the time to do this again. We certainly appreciate it. So at this time, I'll turn it over through Mr. Fletcher to start our presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'll just turn it right over to the team. I think Mr. Dooley is leading us off. Yeah.
All right, good afternoon, council. For the record, my name is Trevor Dooley. I'm the city's Senior Manager for Government and Indigenous Relations and Environment. I have a brief presentation which will be supplemented by members of the city's cross-functional team that has been established to address this issue, which is also likely very timely given the significant windstorm event we experienced this past Sunday. The intent of today is primarily to provide Committee of the Whole with an update on this work prior to bringing it forward for Council's consideration on April 7th. So as Council will recall, a motion was approved in fall of 2025 as indicated on screen. Since that time, a cross-functional team at the city was formed to undertake research regarding what is currently being done to manage this issue in other communities and to explore additional mechanisms for council's consideration to further limit construction debris in developing neighborhoods and in adjacent areas. In undertaking this work, the group is focused on the following: recommendations that prioritize storing waste at the source in order to prevent debris blowing to neighboring properties or causing adverse environmental impacts, recommendations that limit cost and resource implications to taxpayers, and are that recommendations that are implementable prior to the 2026 construction season. In terms of managing construction debris in neighborhoods, the city currently uses the tools that are shown on screen. One of the challenges with the existing mechanisms is differentiating between developer and builder responsibilities, which is something the build has similarly expressed to city staff. So currently, the city can request developers to discuss with builders to clean up properties. Historically, developers have taken cleanup activities upon themselves in some instances. If not undertaken by developers or builders, city operations will seek to address, but only if the debris is located on city-owned land. And thirdly, the community standards bylaw can be used for ticketing nuisance offenses from an enforcement perspective. As part of the research process, a cross-jurisdictional scan through a survey of mid-sized cities in Alberta was completed, where respondents primarily possess either or combination of enhanced language related to definitions of construction debris and enforceability within their respective community standards bylaw or equivalent, notations within development permits, and pre-construction season reminders to builders and developers. And in addition to the municipalities provided on screen, we also looked at the City of Edmonton's equivalent bylaw. So taking into consideration what other municipalities do, as well as additional potential options the city's cross-functional team developed, administration is recommending that the first three options be implemented prior to the 2026 construction season. Upon completion of our analysis, we believe these to be the most effective options at this time, which includes amendments to the community standards bylaw to provide greater clarity and enforceability regarding construction debris. So a draft red line version is available in the committee's agenda package. And this wording largely follows the City of Edmonton's bylaw. We've also received feedback from Build that it's very similar to Strathcona County and City of Spruce Grove. Secondly, adding provisions within development permits, which is within administration's purview. And thirdly, completion of a targeted communications campaign with developers and builders, which is also within administration's purview. So with respect to items 4 through 8, we believe these to be less effective, but could be considered in 2027 or the future if we find that options 1 through 3 do not yield the desired outcomes. So in advance of bringing this item before committee, the cross-functional team has also socialized this approach with the Environmental Advisory Committee and with Build's Edmonton chapter. At a high level, both groups have expressed support for the team's recommendations, but to provide more details regarding the EAC discussion that was held late last month, I'll turn it over to Ms. Myers, who's available on the screen.
Yeah, good afternoon. Excuse me. As Mr. Dooley was saying, yeah, the phased approach to implement the 3 actions in 2006 to incorporate the additional mitigation methods in 2007 was essentially supported by the Environmental Advisory Committee. Some of the key areas that they discussed was material blowing off the site and ensuring that that was happening or that wasn't happening on site. Incentivization versus enforcement, trying to incentivize the construction areas to, excuse me, clean up their site versus the enforcement area. Looking at recognition as well. So is there any awards or anything currently that we're doing that this program could fall under for the city and we could reward the builders for having a clean site? And then the prospect of a stop work order, which Mr. Reed can probably address through our development permits and something that Bill has already brought up to us. If there's any further questions about the discussion with EAC, I can address them now.
And just before, perhaps, Mr. Mayor, before we go to questions, so again, we understand that Build intends to provide a formal submission to council in advance of April 7th, but we've gotten some high-level indication for their level of support, and Mr. Reed can provide some more commentary on that.
Thank you, Mr. Dooley. The responses we got from Build were fivefold. They were supportive of the phased and proactive approach that we're looking at to try and stem the debris from coming off of the construction sites. They've made some recommendations on using some of the feasibility around some of the coordination between ourselves as organizations and doing that discussion and information package and whatnot to the builders. They also want to kind of create a bit of a definition within the
bylaw as well on what is considered the debris from the site. Next would be the difference between developer and builder accountability. And this one goes into a bit more nuance. With the development process, the developers enter into agreement with the city to develop the land. So that work involves installing the sewers, installing the roads, putting the boulevards, trees, grass on the main road right-of-ways. They then divvy up the lots and sell those lots individually to the builders, and then the builders are the ones responsible. So with that, it creates a bit of a difference because we don't have a direct agreement other than the development permit and building permit with the builders once those lots have been sold. And that's who really releases a lot of the construction debris. That's where you see the building wrap. That's where you see all the other stuff coming off. So it's just an understanding of where the accountability is. And I think that we do address that within the updates to the community standards bylaw that we have recommended right now. But that is one thing they want to understand and want council to understand as well is a lot of the cleanup that they do is not for their benefit, it's for the community's benefit. Because it's not on their lands, it's on either the city lands or on other builder-owned lands and things like that. The next one, they have concerns about some of the items in the red section. If we go back one slide to the recommendations, in 6 through 8, they have concerns with implementing some of those items as they won't be really valid tools, and it'll be punitive to everyone involved, as well as it'll be costly administratively, it'll be costly for the developers, it'll be costly for taxpayers and homeowners in the future. So those are challenges that they don't see as being great, but that is their concern. But like I said, their main final point was they're very supportive of the proactive approach and want to work together with the municipality to address these concerns and work better in the future.
So Mr. Mayor and council, so really in terms of next steps, we're happy to sort of receive any questions, discussions with committee of the whole today. At this time, the intent is to bring this item forward for council's consideration for approval on April the 7th. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the updated information. We will start with, what happened to my screen? Oh, there we go. Councillor Hughes, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, with the changes that were being recommended, I'm not sure how they incentivize the construction community to do anything differently. So how are we perceiving this as an incentivization?
Thank you. I can take on that question. So the bylaw itself is not an incentive, I guess, mechanism. That would be more of the punitive side of it. But what that bylaw does do is provide really three changes, which is ensuring that any construction site that has debris is contained within a waste receptacle that is covered, and that any construction materials that are stored on the property are in an orderly and organized fashion, and confined to that property. So I guess in a roundabout way, the incentivization is if those things are not done, then a penalty could be applied, which is $1,000 specified penalty, which is a pretty hefty fine if they don't follow those provisions.
So just walk me through this. Let's say that we have a developer, for whatever reason, they don't do it. Things are blowing around. We get more of what we just saw in this slideshow. So they would get a fine they might get a fine depending on what happens with the MVC officer for $1,000. Let's say that they still don't clean it up. So 2 days pass, a week passes, they still haven't done anything. So what is the next step?
So just a couple of clarification pieces. So in the provision of the community standards bylaw, it would be the property owner. So typically it's going to be the builder, not the developer.
Okay.
But what I can say is that if a fine is issued and the builder still does not comply and clean up the property, another fine can be issued. Or what we do is if it's multiple offenses over multiple days, we can do a mandatory court appearance, which sends the property owner to court without an option to pay, where we would request an increased fine amount of up to $10,000.
Can we move it to 10,000 without going to the court?
certainly an option. I think that would be, I haven't seen specified penalties in that amount. The Provincial Offences Procedures Act, I'd have to do some more research and consult with our legal department, but I do believe there are maximum amounts that the court will accept in terms of a voluntary payment to plead guilty to an offense. I want to say it's probably around $3,000 or $4,000.
Okay. So the other, you mentioned the stop work order. And I know that other, for Chicago, for example, if they have got 3 offenses in the same 3-month period, they have a 10-day stop order issued. So I'm not sure if it's you or who could speak about, could this be an option for us to also implement that?
Thank you for the question. From my perspective, I don't know if we can issue stop work order in that sense. I think we'd have to write it into either our land use bylaw or some other mechanism to issue it in that regard, and the timing on it as well. So that's something we'd have to look into and see if that's a change that we can implement on our end.
Okay, because I know that it was just mentioned in your presentation, and then you said there'd be more information if we asked about it. So I was just, is that basically, we're not sure if we can do it or not? Okay. So the other thing was the responsibility. So you talked about how the developer has it and they say it's the builder, and then the builder will go, it's the contractor. So, and then you said there was a way that we were addressing that. Is that happening in this? I don't see it in this revision. So am I missing something?
I'll take an initial stab at that, Councillor Hughes. So I think through that third mechanism, the enhanced sort of communications and alignment opportunities with build, we're looking at sort of doing that administratively. And then again, through some of the language that's been crafted within the community standards bylaw, it puts the onus essentially on the builder landowner. If anyone wants to chime in, feel free to.
Yeah, I can just confirm. So it'll be the property owner will be the onus. So if a contractor, let's say it's a tradesperson, an insulation trade that comes in and leaves wrap all over the place, it is the responsibility of the builder to make sure that that wrap is put into a waste receptacle and that waste receptacle is covered. If that fails to happen, the builder gets potentially a fine, and what we would think would occur if it happened once or twice, the builder would then get on top of the tradespeople to ensure that that didn't happen again. That's kind of the method how we would see the property owner enforce their trades and their contractors to comply.
Okay, I'll just wait for my turn around again, Mayor, if you want, and let somebody else ask questions.
Thank you. I would say, I think the $10,000 option would be a difficult one in that industry to try to. I haven't seen that. I've got some experience in that space. I would say $1,000 fine on a site with a garbage problem is a pretty good deterrent from that happening again. But I guess I don't know what the maximum enforceability is without going to court. But anyways, I'll move it to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, do we have anything like a construction management plan that developers have to actually sign that ultimately could speak to the waste management? Or is it already spoken to? Is there an agreement?
Yeah, so I'll take an initial, again, kick at that, Councillor Clark. So in terms of our cross-jurisdictional scan, like I think it's the city of Leduc has a mechanism like that. So we did take a look at that, but I think sort of again through our recommendation of adding a note to a development permit, we feel that that's kind of meeting the same level of intent, because largely I think our understanding is when these sorts of plans are developed, essentially the builder signs something saying that they agree to have a storage bin on site, which so again, between the notation within the development permit and the suggested amended language within the community standards bylaw, pardon me, we believe that that intent is being met. But again, defer to my colleagues to add anything further.
Yeah, and I would like to add that like we couldn't have an agreement with the developer themselves, because once they sell the lot, it goes to that builder. So then that's our mechanism, is the development permit and the building permit and the community standards bylaw, and where we can really address and deal with anything builder directly related. So like Mr. Dooley had stated, by putting that note into the development permit, it gives them the ability to know that that's a requirement that they are going to have to address as part of their construction, without having to sign a separate document that just adds administrative time and cost potentially to us.
Okay. On your presentation, you had a number of things listed, but unfortunately, none of us could actually read it. So maybe you could tell us what you're most concerned about. I think it was 4 through 6.
Yeah, so thanks for that. And those are available in your agenda package. So yeah,
Okay.
pardon that the coloring didn't sort of line up
What
there.
page are
but-
we at then?
So it'd be page 3 of 4 within the agenda report itself. So, and I can verbalize these. So item number 4 is a safety codes permit bylaw amendment. 5, surface drainage bylaw amendment, and 6 is development security policy amendments. And so these kind of scored similarly in terms of our sort of evaluation. But I think, again, the intent is from an enforceability perspective, it becomes increasingly complicated if we have fine provisions within multiple bylaws. So the feeling was that within the community standards bylaw, it's sort of hitting it off at the head, if you will. And then these could be considered in the future if we're finding that doesn't achieve the outcome. So again, just thinking they were a little bit redundant. And then Mr. Reed mentioned sort of the development security policy amendments. That's something that Bill has kind of expressed initial concerns with. Then items 7 through 8. 7 is the business license bylaw amendment, where again, potentially in terms of escalation, could look to suspend business license for repeat offenders. I think from an administrative perspective, this would be very hard and complicated to manage. And lastly would be an operating business case for fee for cleanup. So this is essentially requesting additional city resources to clean up areas after major storm events, which again, if we go back to sort of our initial problem identification principles, is sort of putting the onus back on taxpayers, which maybe isn't aligned with that philosophy. So that in a nutshell is kind of why we're not recommending those ones at this moment in time.
Okay, but in light of our resident who's now been here twice, and he's still identifying things that have not been addressed, and it sounds like we have developers and builders who are saying, oh, that's not my garbage, it's not my problem. It ultimately becomes the problem of our administration and our residents and our tax base. So, at what point in time could we actually initiate a stop order? You've mentioned stop orders. At what point in time, if there was a continuing issue, could we issue a stop order?
Yeah, maybe I'll start, Counselor, and then I'll ask actually Ms. Caulfield to talk about stop orders a little bit, because we have recent experience with one not related to construction waste, but certainly not without precedent. Again, I acknowledge that residents here talking about it again. Again, these are recommendations to happen. So the tools that are in this are not in place right now, right? And so that the conditions that permitted this still exist. And the whole point of this is to prevent the problem from worsening in the future, right? And so, again, I think this is kind of a preventative issue, right? Stop it from happening as opposed to having to worry about the cleanup. So I'll stop there. And then Ms. Caulfield, I know that we already have current provisions for stop work orders. Again, not specifically related to construction waste. And maybe you can just provide a general overview and then the team can jump in as they see fit.
So the stop orders, the authority for municipalities to issue stop orders is under the Municipal Government Act. And there are kind of specific requirements in there about when that may occur. But essentially, if there's a bylaw in place, or if there's a contravention of a development permit, then the municipality is authorized to issue a stop order to the owner of the property or the person who's in possession of the land or the building. So sometimes there's an issue with regard to figuring out who is the cause of the issue. But another matter is that the community standards bylaw right now although it has some provisions related to garbage and waste, it's not as clear as the provisions that are being suggested. So if we go ahead with the recommended approach, which would be to make changes to the community standards bylaw and also to make notes on development permits going forward, which doesn't currently occur, then we will have further ability to issue the stop orders because there will be less vagueness related to it and it'll be more enforceable.
And sorry, I just want to jump on top of that and look at the thing, but you know, if you recall the three green items, right? So there's the community standards bylaw, the red line version exists. The other two, like they're going to happen anyway, just so you know, those are administrative purview items and we're going to do them. So, yeah.
Okay. Personally, and I guess I'll wait to hear from the rest of my colleagues, I just don't think that this gives us enough ownership of the problem. We've seen the problem. I actually spent half an hour on a boulevard yesterday taking pictures of construction waste, and the workers were actually watching me do it, and it was very obvious what building it came from. So there doesn't seem to be any ownership. But I'll hear from everyone else that probably have some other comments.
Thank you very much. Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a comment just where, so on number 1B, it says addition of requirement that construction debris be placed in a waste receptacle. I'm wondering if that could say covered waste receptacle. I just think that wording, like, I think that it should be covered, just the pictures we saw of overflowing. And then it says, and C, addition that construction materials must be stored in an orderly and organized manner. Now, my idea of orderly and organized could be very different than like my neighbor, for example, who has a couple vehicles and like he has a very orderly and organized yard in his opinion, right? So I feel like that wording should be a bit different, but I know, thank you to Brett for giving us some information here, but I was just reading in like Strathcona County, for example. I just liked how what they say in theirs where it says waste container required. Container on a construction site must be designed for and used in a manner that prevents the waste building materials from being blown on or off the property. So I'm wondering if we could just maybe consider some sort of wording like that that's a bit more specific. I was on that windy day, 2 days ago, I was driving down Ray Gibbon Drive and a giant piece of steel was literally rolling down the road. And it wasn't one, there was three. There was one giant one, then there was a smaller one, then there was a really tiny one that people were running over and it was just flipping. And like, that's really dangerous. It was, when I came back, eventually it was at the intersection on Leclerc and Ray Gibbon. So when I saw it, I was close to Riverside, but it wasn't coming from Riverside, it was coming from the other. Anyway, so that's how far that one piece went. It was wrapped around a pole when I came back. So that was just one comment. And then I actually had a question so just in relation to the current garbage that's there, do we have a plan to clean it up? I know if 6 months ago, if it's still the same situation now, we're coming up to, spring melt. I would like to know, how is this going to be cleaned up? And I'm assuming the city will take responsibility for cleaning this up because we don't know how it got there. Is there a way, and maybe this is just totally out to lunch, but is there a way to track somehow the cost, how many hours, how many employees is it going to take to clean this garbage there up so that we could have something to compare it to in the future? So if, developers are saying, we're trying to find them and they're saying, well, we don't want to pay $1,000. And we'd say, well, we cleaned this amount of garbage up and it cost us this amount of dollars. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe we'll work back to front on this. So I think your last question about the cleanup is public operations specifically. So I'll ask Alex and you can certainly defer it to Tim on that front. I would just caution that tracking might cost more than we get back from fines, right? I think and the city's responsibilities, we don't go clean up everything all the time, right? We clean up what's on city land. And so there is a differentiation there, but Alex, please go ahead on that front. And then we'll sort of address your other questions about the specificity of the language. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Patrick. And I think I'll have Mr. Saunders as well here just to get into a little bit more of the details, but right now we do not have specific programs in place for clearing just construction waste. Most of our cleaning is on existing city land, so there's trails and programmed areas. We've, if those garbage do come into those public lands, yes, we do go and clean them. We do not currently track them per se in terms of waste. But that's what we have in terms of programs today. I'll defer to Mr. Saunders to provide some more insight on things, especially with regards to the program that's there.
Yeah, and thank you for the question. So through the mayor to Councillor Patrick, Alex has accurately represented what the current practice is. We do have a service level that exists for maintenance of sports field, parks, and natural areas. And within that service level, it defines frequencies for programmed areas such as sports field and trails. It does relate to grass cutting. So the pickup of litter and debris in those areas happens on a regular basis. For the natural areas, buffer areas that don't have a defined frequency, they are addressed on an inquiry basis. And we do respond to frequent inquiries from the public that make us aware of these natural areas that anything from appliances have been dropped off, but those aren't completed on a scheduled frequency. They're more as in response to a report of the debris.
If I could also just jump in, just for some clarity in regards to some other questions and comments around the language in the bylaw. What I can add is that the bylaw amendments themselves and the proposed amendments do require that a waste receptacle is covered. So it actually refers back into the definition section. So that is certainly administration's intent, is to make sure that it is covered. Point noted in terms of the specificity of ensuring that it's covered to an area that to a point that it prevents things from blowing out. It's a good point. The one thing that we looked at when the bylaw provisions and amendments were being drafted was trying to find that balance of making sure that it's enforceable and that officers have that ability to issue tickets, and then also successful prosecutions. So I'll give you a small example. When bylaws get very, very specific and detailed, at times that can actually create a challenge in court. One of the provisions and sections that I saw had to do with not allowing waste to exceed 80% of its capacity. Well, to prove 80% of the capacity, we need to know what 100% of the capacity is. And we need to then prove that it was over 80% and not 79%. And then getting to that requirement and proving that in a court of law becomes a challenge. So what we find, especially in bylaws like the community standards bylaw, is that we typically lean on in the opinion of a peace officer. And then through administrative directives or standard operating procedures, we provide guidance to our officers as to what we mean by that. And then as soon as reasonable grounds are for a charge, ticket gets issued, and then the prosecution and court process then takes over. If we lose in court, then that may require us to come back to council for potential amendments. If we are being successful in court, then that provision is then tested and proven and successful. So we are going to see some subjectivity in many of our bylaws. To your point around orderly and organized manner, it's going to have to be on a case-by-case basis in that manner. To define orderly and organized would be very difficult and hard to prove in court.
Okay, thank you for that. And so just one last thing. So then right now, once, if this comes forward and it passes and that change is issued, then it would just be up to the bylaw to decide, like the bylaw officer to decide, like if they go and it doesn't look orderly to them, they can make that decision and issue a ticket at that time. I just want a clarification. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick comment. You said that we have currently, the bins are supposed to be covered? They're supposed to have lids?
Should the proposed amendments in the bylaw be passed by council on April 7th, then they will be required to have lids, and all construction debris on site is required to
Yeah.
be in a bin with a lid.
Okay, I would just caution that that may create some significant challenges because of availability. You're gonna see probably some real big pushback on that regarding availability of bins that have lids. And I can speak firsthand to that, for sure.
If I can add to that, so we did think about that when the proposed amendments were being drafted. And one way that we decided to try to address that was to call it a waste receptacle, not necessarily a steel bin. So what we have seen in the past is some builders will create wood boxes that they have on site where they have appropriate tarps and covers on them. So it may not necessarily be a large bin or one of those standard ones that you will see. I think it'll depend on the type of work that's happening at the given moment. Should there be a little construction debris, maybe a large bin is not required and smaller waste receptacles will meet that need. If it's something that is a big tear down, a big demolition, big challenges, then larger bins would obviously be required. So that was one of the potential options that we were thinking about.
Okay, I think we're gonna create some challenges here because you're gonna almost eliminate the ability to use those bags that get pinned up inside the, however, and having said that, the garbage bin companies require you to separate concrete from construction debris for recycling. And I would challenge that there's availability to create it, as well as if you're gonna create your own bin, how are you gonna get it out of there? That would be another concern. Like there still has to be an efficiency, like I would say some common sense to how we are they're managing this as a developer and not making it virtually impossible because he can't start a development because he can't get a bin with a lid on it.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, that is one of the reasons this went through build. Again, they were broadly supportive. You can use the bags, you tarp it, you figure out how to cover it so that stuff doesn't blow away, I guess, Mayor, right? And so, again, other municipalities have this, right? It's not stifled development. I guess I would, the flip side is, otherwise you accept sort of the current status quo with some increased enforcement capability, right? Without the prevention piece, that's something council will have to chew on.
Yeah, okay.
If I could just add to that, yeah, so in completing our research, like that did come up, like physically within the Edmonton metropolitan region, there's not enough like metal bins with a metal lid on it. So again, we've drafted language here, like the waste receptacle means a covered container, so they can figure out broadly how to ensure that it's covered.
Okay, I think it's good. Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Cortash.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you can't speak for developers or builders, but I'm just wondering if anyone knows, what do they currently do to clean up garbage that's on public property? So all the garbage that we see that, like, do they send out crews to go clean up the garbage from their surrounding neighborhood? Do we know what the current practice is?
So currently thank you for the question. Currently what they do is they have people on staff that will just go weekly walking around on site. I know with Riverside, it's Genstar. They have just 2 people that go around, like an elderly couple going around picking things up for them on staff. And that's how they deal with it. It's not a specific crew or anything like that. It's just their staff going out and looking at things.
Okay, just curious. I had a conversation at the Build dinner a couple weeks ago where I ran into a fellow that said he got into the industry because as a university student, he saw a need and went and got a truck and started going out and cleaning up garbage from developer sites and then billing it back to the developer. And it just seemed like this would be such a simple solution for them to anyway. That relates to point 6 and 8 in the report. And I see them as being related. So as I understand number 6, some sort of provision to withhold funds to provide for cleanup of the site. And then 8, it talks about possibly billing back to the developers or builders. And so I see those as almost the same or related issues. Maybe you could clarify the difference between them. But I also understand that this was approached, there's the comment in there that we're trying to find the lowest resource implication to taxpayers. But I'm wondering if there were some sort of bond or some sort of, I don't know what you call it, funds withheld from the developer that then could be used used to clean up the site after, or if there was a cost recovery mechanism. How is that a cost to taxpayers? Wouldn't that be revenue neutral? Yeah, like if there was a security deposit and then if there was a mess after that we needed to go in and clean up and bill it back to the developer, and in theory, that should be revenue neutral to the taxpayers, would it not? Or am I missing something?
Thank you for the question. I'll go into a bit more detail with it. So when we do have a security deposit or something of that nature, we have to be very clear on the language. I know with our security policy and how we do our securities and drawing on these letters of credit, the cash is available to the city to use immediately, but it takes years of legal investment after the fact to prove our case, to ensure that we used it for the right things. Where they can fight that in court for a duration that does end up eating our resources on the back end, not at the front end. We can charge them directly and take that money, but it does become a nuisance long term.
So not revenue neutral then, because there's legal costs involved with keeping deposit money, or in the number 8, if we were to bill it back to developers after the fact, then there's legal costs involved with that too, in terms of trying to collect, I guess, or collection costs.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. I guess just in terms of committee of the whole, general comments here, I feel like this doesn't go far enough, and I understand we'll require waste receptacles, will require them to be empty, require them to be covered. It does allow for a greater degree of enforcement, but I still feel like at the end of the day, municipal enforcement being what it is and complaint driven and that kind of thing, where you've got to go and sort of continually kind of keep on top of this. What happens at the end of the day when the development's finished, or the development is, what happens at the end of the day when there's garbage in the park, when there's garbage in the storm pond, and there's garbage in the white spruce forest, or garbage in whatever forest? How do we deal with that? How do we clean that up? And how do we hold people accountable for that? And I'm not really sure that this gets at that. So it's a step in the right direction for sure. It's having the receptacles. I drove through a couple of neighborhoods the other day, and you can just see the disaster. Some of these construction sites are abysmal. And so this would help with that, having to have things placed properly and have a container. But again, it requires almost sort of a complaint. Okay, here's a property that isn't according to the community standards bylaw. Now send out municipal enforcement. I don't know. Anyway,
Maybe I could just offer a couple of comments. I think it's not just municipal enforcement. They're the ones who can levy the fines, but we have inspectors, we have personnel out, and would see, okay, we've got improperly stored construction waste here, right? Called municipal enforcement, right? So it's not just somebody walking around with their iPhone. In terms of, there is a legal issue here. So stuff that's found on city lands, intuitively, it came from over there, but in a court of law, intuitively doesn't mean much, right? And so the issue is to try and prevent that thing from blowing over there in the first place, right? Which is kind of the principle under which this is founded. When it's there in terms of that cleanup, I think Mr. Saunders spoke about it a little bit. More than that is a service level discussion, in fairness, right? If you want something bespoke, that's a fair discussion to have, right? But I just throw that out in terms of sort of the contextual piece on this, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
If I could just add too, I know in new development, correct me if I'm wrong, we do not require fencing of sites, correct?
As part of the development progresses, fencing does need to be installed, but it's not required at the front end. One of the recommendations from Build was to install the metal or the chain link fencing around stormwater management facilities where it needs or can be installed earlier in the process. And that's something that we're looking into with just making sure that can be a possibility moving forward.
Is infill development required to have it on the front of the site?
We are required to, if there's an open excavation, they're required to have construction fencing on those ones.
And then when it's not open excavation, they don't need it?
No.
Because then just offering it in an alternative, would we have to have fencing at the front of the site as well? So anything coming out of the bin hits the fencing, those things are 6 feet high. The other challenge is those things get stolen all the time. And yeah, it's not an easy solution to fix here, but I'll turn it over to Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So a couple of questions. So Mayor, you know that I sent an email saying that I have potentially 16 amendments to help improve the bylaw.
I thought it was 17, but yeah.
You know what? It's down to 16. So, so just as a heads up, and I'm prepared to debate them individually because maybe we'll be changing them based on some of the information that we received this afternoon. But what I'm wondering is, so if I see garbage and I want to complain about it, who do I call? I don't call Ghostbusters. No. Who do I call?
Maybe I'll take a stab at that one. So it would depend on the location of the garbage and
Mhm.
debris. If you're looking at a construction site with a builder and it's on the property and there's stuff all over the place, that's municipal enforcement online or through phone. If it is on city lands, that would be through public operations and through the Spruce It Up app.
Okay. So, and then from the time that I sent it in the complaint, let's say it went into the White Spruce Forest and I issued a complaint, how long should we expect before it's addressed?
It's going to vary depending on the day, but typically speaking, I would say within 24 to 48 hours, our municipal enforcement officers are receiving that information and doing their initial inspection. The follow-up of that property and contact with the owner and the actions taken can vary, again, depending on how we get a hold of the owner and how long that takes. And then the cleanup, again, will vary case by case. Smaller situations where not a lot of cleanup, I would expect that would be done within a typical order from an officer would be clean this up within 7 days or you get a fine. Something along those lines. If it is a challenge where it's an immediate offense of, if this, for example, if this bylaw were to be passed, the officer goes on scene and sees garbage all over the place and there's a waste receptacle that is not covered, that can be an immediate $1,000 fine that would act as a deterrent for future behavior or compliance.
Okay. So we don't have any timelines in the current bylaw though, do we? So if we issue a complaint, the current bylaw doesn't have a timeline of when they have to do it by.
That's correct.
Okay. That's one of my amendments. Don't worry, I'm on it. And the other thing I have is just the concern that, forgive me, Brett, I just feel I just know your first name, but he's brought up complaints that have been, from his perception, have not been addressed in almost 12 months. And I know he came in September and said there were issues, and from what I understand, they still haven't been addressed. So I'm just like, are we consistently doing this, or like maybe it's new garbage? I don't know, but it appears from his perspective, it was the same pieces of garbage. So I know we have a standard, but I'm not sure, and I'm not thinking it's you, Aaron, because you're not Public Works. But I'm not sure are we actually addressing this, or what's the timeline that we're doing to do it? Because I'm hearing that it's kind of like a sweeping thing, or it's on a complaint issue, but then I'm also hearing the complaints are not necessarily being addressed at the same timeline that we're expecting it.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. So since that incident that was brought up in September, we did have our crews go in and do a quick cleanup of things. So potentially what is being seen right now is new garbage that's there. And like Mr. Saunders mentioned, like as long as we are aware or there's been information that's been sent to us, then we do react to trying to go and find those garbage and deal with it. But on a proactive basis, what we do is normally in city lands and trails that we focus on. I can have Mr. Saunders talk a little bit specific about the concern that was raised in your question as well. Mr. Saunders?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and through the mayor to Councillor Hughes. I went back to our records, and we were there in September when this was back in front of council before, because it was an item at the time. Developers were on site as well cleaning garbage. So it is entirely possible that it is new garbage. There's a long time frame between them. And different areas may require different equipment. If it is in the middle of a pond area, We wouldn't be able to get that immediately, but it is reacted to, and the CSR does remain open until it has been rectified.
Well, thank you for that. I don't know if I should be happy or sad that it has been addressed and it's been replaced with a brand new piece of garbage, if that would be the case. It feels like it's just a continual flow. The question I also had was the river. So you said if it's our land, that Public Works will be handling it, but the river's like not our land. So does it count? So let's say something floats into the river. Do we still address it or what happens?
Yeah, we would treat that as a natural area within the city. Sorry, through the mayor to Council Hughes, that would be still a natural area that we would receive a public inquiry and address as a natural area.
Okay. What is he doing? Oh, okay. He's having an issue over there. Okay. I have a couple of the amendments and I'm just going to get your feedback on them because you guys, everything's kind of happening now and I'm not sure if they should be debated now or debated at the time of on April 7th. I'm open to whatever comes of it. Mayor, we believe in you. Okay, he's back. I'm looking for an annual report that would, because when there are complaints issued, I'm assuming that somewhere it's logged. And so we could do an annual report that says this is how many receipt is logged and this is how many actions we've taken. Would that be an impossible task to do?
Not impossible, but it's additional
Okay.
administration for sure.
Okay. I think the rest of them. So, and just to be clear again, because forgive me, I've had quite a day today, so I'm trying to stay focused, is the stop work order. So we're basically, we can't do that right now is what I'm hearing, because I don't want to put it forward. It's that it would go through a different mechanism and we really don't know if that's possible. Is that what I heard correctly?
I think what I was trying to explain is that it would be really hard to enforce a stop order based on the kind of
Okay.
wording that we have in our community standards bylaw right now.
Okay. And then there's currently no deposit at all for cleanup. But if we did issue fines, we could apply those fines towards cleanup so that it would be a cost neutral if we needed to.
Yes, we could. It's just a matter of financial transaction between one department to another. What I will say is that fines, the reliance on receiving that fine money, we may not get that for 12 months, 24 months. It depends on when it's paid, what the deal is with the court. And sometimes fines aren't received and they're written off by the provincial courthouse. So we may not always get 100% of that.
Okay. So that's my other question, I guess, is let's say regardless of my amendments to what's being brought forward, so we have fines. So let's just say I'm a developer and I'm like, I'm just not going to pay them. Like, do we then say we're stopping any further development permits? At what point? Or what is our consequences if they go, thanks for the fine, but I won't be acknowledging it today?
It's a great question. So for builders, we would issue a ticket to for their property if a fine was issued, and they were convicted in court. There's an enforcement mechanism that essentially gets handled by the province of Alberta. And if you have a number of outstanding fine amounts, they start to prevent from receiving services. So, it could be your corporate registry account, kind of similar to, if you don't pay your speeding offense or your speeding ticket, you're not going to be able to go and get your vehicle registered or your driver's license renewed. Similar provisions happen when corporations are fined.
So they have to go to court. Like we'd have to take them to court and then have numerous court issues before it would be like really forced to even pay the fines?
Yes, Counselor. So any bylaw fine it's not a fee. There's a really big distinction between the two.
Yeah.
And anytime that someone receives a ticket, it's a formal court matter that someone can plead not guilty to. They can get a reduced fine amount if the judge gives that to them. I've seen where people have been found guilty and the judge issues them $1 fine, depending on the circumstances. So there's so many variables on that, but certainly the time frame and the ability to receive those funds is really case by case.
So if we were to do something where they had to put up a deposit, and I heard you say like they could come back and challenge us in the back end. But couldn't they also just challenge us on the front end and just say, I'm not going to pay it? Like, how would it be any different if we said we're taking a deposit, so we're going to get the money up front and we'll take it out of your deposit, and if you want to challenge us, then so be it? Or if they're just going to say we're just not going to pay it, and then we still have to challenge them. So is there actually a difference in cost if we did put up the deposits, that we knew that we'd actually get paid for, at least for something, if there was an infraction?
One thing, yes, through the chair to Councillor Hughes, we could do it that way. We also discussed is just having a straight up fee at the front end of the process. So as soon as they submit a building permit application, we take in a dollar amount. That's number 8 on the recommendations.
Right.
The problem is we don't know, like, we just need to do a business case on how much that would be, but either way, it's going to end up to a cost to the future homeowner and a future cost to the residents at that point in time. So that's why, because they're just going to transfer that cost down. If they're going to say, we'll eat this deposit or whatnot, they're just going to transfer it down to the homeowner and take it as an increase in the cost of the house.
I see. So, because this is, and forgive me, Mayor, just trying to get to the bottom of this one. This is I think my last level here that I'm trying to get to. So if it was a deposit, though, it wasn't a fee, then they'd have the opportunity, if they chose not to be irresponsible with their garbage maintenance, they'd have the opportunity to get that money back. So would that also be expected to be passed on? Or
That might not be expected to be passed on, but then that becomes an administrative cost, because then someone's going to have to take in that amount, that money. They're going to have to identify when the return happens and things like that. It can be done. I'm not saying it's negative. It's just, it's more costly resource wise on administration to do it at that point in time.
Yeah, and if I could just add, I think part of sort of the security policy piece is that we think that that would take longer than a ticket going through the courts. So there's sort of an opportunity cost associated with that.
okay. So I guess, Mayor, like my number 5 of my amendments, I have that they provide a deposit. I'd like, just so you know, I think that what I'd rather just do is you provide a business case to see what the cost would be on that, as opposed to just putting it in as prescription, and then we could decide later, that kind of thing. So I don't have any more questions. I'll actually go to Councillor Mackay, but I will be bringing forward all of them in some capacity, but some of them may be changed.
Thank you very much. Apologies for the distraction. I just want to say facilities needs to look at that jelly bean holder because it is not secured to the wall, but I caught it. So somebody doesn't have to clean up 1 million jelly beans.
This is probably inappropriate, but if you see Click Fix It, Mayor, someone will be.
Okay, Councillor Mackay, and then I'm going to do that.
It did provide us a great deal of humor on this end of the bench. I just wouldn't hazardous materials like concrete, gravel, jelly beans, like right now they'd be covered under our storm and sanitary sewer bylaws, right? I mean, it's illegal to throw that stuff into our storm or sanitary, right?
That's correct.
So, I mean, it would be just repetitive if we added that one in there. I mean, it would exist it's already an existing bylaw, so why would we have it in community standards as well? I mean, if I'm just looking, Councillor Hughes had hazardous materials, and I've seen it in other communities' bylaws as well, because every community deals with this in a different manner. Like some put it in their land use bylaws, some put it in community standards, some put it in others. So what I'm just trying to say is, I mean, we already have bylaws that prevent anybody from putting concrete, gravel, and all sorts of liquids, grease, fat into our storm and our sanitary. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct for disposal of material into our infrastructure or into our waste receptacles. In the context of construction material, and if there was a waste receptacle on private property, placing those items within a private container that is owned by, 1-800-JUNK, whatever that company is not something that enforcement currently gets involved in, and would be quite difficult to actually enforce, because we would then have to actually go into that private bin to confirm. So the reliance on that is really on the private bin owner. If they were to see that, my understanding is that they charge back fees and to the person who rented that bin from them.
Yeah, my understanding though is they usually have contracts for disposal of that on private property. If somebody throws construction debris such as what was described into their own private bin, then they're responsible for disposing of it. But unfortunately, what's happening is some of our rural communities is these things are entering into our wastewater system through storm facilities. And then we have a horrible time trying to trace it back. So I'm just trying to say, but I mean, theoretically right now, I mean, it's illegal to do that within our community. So I just don't know whether we need to have it in multiple bylaws.
That's correct, Councillor Mackay, and there's also federal provincial legislation that would supersede as well.
Thank you very much. I don't think we have any more questions for administration. Doesn't look like it. Any final comments? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Hughes.
So the amendments, I know we're not approving this because it's not a recommendation to bring it to council. It looks like it's informational only. So how does that happen? So do you want me just to bring it forward on the 7th, or I can look at them and revise them based on this conversation, but I also have no problem debating some of them now to make it so it's easier. What would you prefer?
So from a procedural perspective, we're in standing committee of the whole, so standing committee can give direction to administration via a motion that's passed, or motions, multiple, to make amendments to the bylaw, which will then ultimately be brought to council for a final approval. So there's the opportunity to do that now, or alternatively, it can also be done on April 7th if there's some time required to work on the wording. Respectfully, I will ask probably for some time if we are amending the wording. We have the email from this morning, but if there's going to be some amendments, we might just need some time on the administrative side to get the wording correct, but we could definitely do it today or April 7th.
I'm open to either, and I'm looking at you, Mr. Fletcher, so you understand my intention here. So I have it worded, but it's not prescriptive in that you have to use my specific words. I just want this intention. So my concern is bring it forward in the 7th would then be like, we're making a lot of changes on the fly. Whereas if I do some of them that I'm confident about that I want to bring forward now, and some I may be thinking about, and I'll let you guys know, and then you have some time for that wording. But so that way, if there is a change, you guys have a little bit of time to word it, I guess, appropriately.
I think that, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, council will determine which way you want to go at. My recommendation would be those things you are 100% sure about. If we could get direction on those today, then we can have them ready for the 7th. If not, you're right, we'll be doing it on the fly, or we'll be asking for additional time to try to do the analysis, right?
Right. So, I mean, I guess, Mayor, I'd like to bring forward probably about half of them. But I also would like, while we do, I'll get their feedback to determine whether or not, like the reasonableness of it or that kind of thing, if that's okay, or do you want me to wait?
Can we do that between now and then? Like, do we have to?
It's now or then,
Oh, now or then?
because we're discussing it now, and then they're going to be bringing forward whatever the final product is on the 7th. So right now, their final product is what they provided to us. And so like I'm trying to give direction that they do a stronger stuff on here, but I also don't. Why I want to do it now is so that way they can write it into the wording correctly legally, and we're not trying to create a legal document within a 30-minute period because things may get changed based on discussions.
Sure. So we could, I guess, start that. I would just say, I'll probably relinquish the chair of the meeting today at 2:45 to Deputy Mayor Clark to deal with a personal matter, but we could start that process.
Okay. Well, we can do this quickly.
There is a
hopefully.
third option.
Okay.
Sorry, just not to derail anything or muddy the waters. Right, the third option is go on the 7th, pass it as is, and then send those things in, and it has to come back again, right? And that
Yeah.
creates another touch point. Those have to be debated. I know it's not probably the preferred one, just wanted to put all the options on the table.
Yeah, that's probably not the one we want to do.
You're just going to read them in, aren't you, Councillor Hughes? The ones that you want?
Well, I was going to, and then we can, if you don't like them, you can pull them. And
Well,
then-
I mean, I can, yeah, but then you get into a
bring
whole
that
debate. We're going to be here until 4 o'clock. So I mean, the other thing you could do is just read them in, and then they can come back on the 7th for debate.
We're going to have to debate them one way or another.
Yeah.
Council.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but I mean, it'd be nice to have the background or information prepared by administration, whether or not that's something we could do or not, rather than have a debate on the fly with maybe not full information from administration.
And to Mr. Fletcher's point, I do have an amendment coming forward on the community standards that we are ultimately going to revisit community standards in the upcoming future. We could go forward with whatever you're comfortable with and make whatever amendments we need to at that point in time.
Okay, I'm gonna be reasonable here, okay? This is what we'll do. You already have all of them. I can just read them all out loud as is. I will send you, based on our conversation, like I'll remove the stop work order, that sort of things that are like clearly like gonna cause too many of a problem. I'll send that to you tonight. I'll send it to you by tomorrow morning, okay? And then I will leave it to the 7th. We can have the debate on the 7th and I can get the background or like just a paragraph. You don't need to write all of War and Peace on any concerns you have, or if it seems reasonable, or if it seems like a duplicate in the bylaw. And then we can determine which of these out of the 16 we will be bringing forward. Does that make sense?
Yes, Councilor.
And what I'm looking for is, in the event that it passes, this is the exact wording, so that way we're not going back and trying to massage it later.
No, I think I understand your intent. So we'll provide feedback. This is recommendation doesn't recommend for the following reasons, right?
Yeah.
You know, got it. We'll be prepared to make those changes on the 7th so that it's a final done
Okay.
deal.
So I'll read in what I'm intending to do at this second, and I will give you the hard copy, and then we'll leave it at that. Is that okay, Mayor? Okay. The developers submit a construction debris management plan for the development area to the city for approval prior to commencement of construction, and adhere to the approved construction debris management plan, and ensure that all builders in the development area comply with the approved plan, and that would be a requirement of the development permit. That developers be responsible at their own cost and expense for the cleanup and removal of all construction debris, foreign material, and dirt on their construction sites and public property. And again, I realize there may be some wording that you're going to talking about, and that's why I'm going to wait till then, including roadways and within and adjacent to development area. That covers on construction waste receptacles be kept closed when construction garbage is not actively being loaded. I know we've had a discussion, but I think it's more clear. That the owner of the occupant of land is not held responsible for failing to close receptacle covers where there are clear signs of illegal dumping. So if they did it the night before, we're not going to come after them. That developers provide a deposit each year for construction waste cleanup that is renewed annually during the construction period, and that is a requirement for development permits. And I'll hear from you guys about that one. That where the city determines cleanup is required, the developer must take all necessary action within 48 hours of receiving notice from the city. And if the developer fails to complete the required cleanup within those 48 hours, the city or contractor through the city may undertake the cleanup and charge back all associated costs and expenses to the developer, and that escalated penalties are applied for multiple construction debris violations per offense in the 3-month period. I will remove the stop work order right now. That each day that a violation that continues after the 48 hours from the first notification from the city will also constitute a separate offense. And again, these might be duplicates, and I will respect it if you say that all construction and excavation materials related to construction will be confined to construction site. I will remove the thing about concrete because we just had that discussion. That owners and occupants of residential premises ensure that all building materials are stored in a stacked or stored in an orderly manner. That it is not considered an offense to store a small amount of neatly stacked material at residential premises for the basic property maintenance. That construction sites maintain a designated staging or storage area for construction materials. That construction waste containers be maintained at or below 80%, and I heard your conversation, but I'm going to argue it anyway, capacity and kept in proper working condition. That the enforcement officers are authorized to issue violations to any responsible party, including the developers, owners, contractors, or other responsible persons involved in the construction activity. And that construction, and this may not be in the bylaw, it may be a separate item, and that's for the last two. That contractors post a sign at construction sites measuring at least 16 by 24 inches that provide a website page and phone number to submit construction debris violation complaints, with a requirement that the complaints regarding the construction debris violations to include the location of the incident and accompanying photograph that shows the issue. And that administration provide council an annual report detailing the number of construction waste complaints received, the number of investigations conducted, fines issued, and any other enforcement measures taken during the previous calendar year. So I have sent it all to you. I will revise some of it, and then I'll hear what you have to say and how many we actually have to argue. So thank you for all of that.
Just a question then going forward, if we, because I still feel this is going to be a real challenge with having a lid on these things. So I don't think that's the right way to go. The 80%, a lot of these bins come with lines inside them that they will not pick your bins up if they are over that line or they break the top of the bin. So maybe it's trying to put it in at 80%. These bins are already, like, the companies won't pick it up if it's coming over the top. So I don't know how we're gonna enforce the 80%.
I think we'll go into debate at the time of,
Yeah.
but my intention of the 80% is if it's at past 100, it's past 80. So I'm not here to argue an 81% issue. I'm saying that it has to be 80% means it's clearly below the lid. Once it hits above the lid, we got ourselves a problem. But instead of trying to debate whether it's 99 or 101, if we just say 80 and it goes past it, there's not really an issue for debate. That's my intention.
Could we say as long as it just doesn't break the top of the bin?
Well, you can do any amendment you like next on April 7th.
Oh, 17, yeah.
Yeah. So, but this is what I have right now and we can
Debate it.
hash it out.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay, barring no other conversation, I believe we just need a motion now to go do we have any emergent items? I don't believe we have any. IRs, notice of motions or announcements?
Do I have a notice
Yeah,
of motion?
We have some notice of motions, I believe. Okay, Councillor Bermansky.
That Council Policy CCFS 05 Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles, Section 14B V is amended to change the threshold to be eligible to apply to the prior year's assessment growth from 5% tax increase to 3.5% tax increase. Second motion, that council amend financial policy CCFS 05 to revise the allocation of new assessment growth as follows. Reduce the allocation to new growth business cases from 55 to 45% and increase the allocation to the growth stabilization reserve by 5% and allocate 5% of new assessment growth to a newly established debt offset reserve for the purpose of reducing reliance on tax-supported debt financing for future capital projects, and that administration update financial policy CC05 and return any necessary bylaw amendments establishing the debt offset reserve for council approval by July 14th, 2026. That's it.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? IRs, okay, Councillor Cortesh.
Yeah, I had two information requests. One was, could administration please provide information, background, objective steps, timelines, et cetera, related to the short-term and long-term initiatives with respect to improving our customer resident interface, including but not limited to the upgrades to the Spruce It Up, See Click Fix tool, the customer relationship management direction and implementation referenced in the corporate quarterly report, and the ongoing EMAM project. And then I sent some context associated with that as well. And then the other one was, can administration please provide any necessary background information that may have already been prepared related to the replacement of the Ardent Theater and AHF marquee signs, and what steps would be necessary to enhance communication with new digital displays, displays either in their current or new locations. And could admin also please provide a cost estimate for the replacement of the signs with a digital display or displays and potential for cost recovery by selling advertising space. And then I also provided some context for that as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Patrick or Councillor Klein, nothing? Councillor, okay. I would ask for a motion to move to in camera. Thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
The council move in camera to have a confidential dialogue in accordance with section 28(1)(b) of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you. We can go to a vote. Thank you very much. That passed unanimously. And for those in attendance, thank you very much, Brett, for coming and presenting again. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Changes that way admin can kind of say, here's where it slots in, here where it doesn't, here's what fits, here's what doesn't.